Time to dip back into Rimworld. Let's get this error message out of the way. Get our colony loaded up again. So, let's see. What did we leave off with yesterday? We were pretty much breezing through all the industrial technology at this stage, which I'd imagine that we most likely will finish about at least all the industrial tech today, which means that we'll soon be able to do in the spacer tech stuff without having to worry about increased research times. Which means as well that we're not, well, I shouldn't say we're not too far away. It takes quite a lot of research in order to make the spaceship, including all the materials we'll need to gather and all the defenses we might want to make. But we're getting closer and closer to finishing off this playthrough. Now, yesterday, unfortunately, I wasn't able to make use of Rimthreaded, which is a bit of a shame. So we'll still have to, like, what do you call it even? Chill out for a bit while our colonists do stuff and wait for things to happen. Let's do a little status report though. Okay, yeah, so we had limestone blocks, but we didn't have any limestone chunks. That's correct. Oh, right. That's true. Forget. So this terraforming here ability is really cool. There's just one little caveat to how it works. And that's that if you want to terraform until it becomes tilled soil like this, you have two options on all these terraforming things. You can either just use the straight up terraform to till soil, which doesn't care about what kind of underlying terrain you have. Or you can make till terrain which requires the existing terrain to already be rich soil. Now the difference here is that, you know, the other one that works on all kinds of terrain, it like I assume internally gets registered as, I don't know how you want to say it, but it like applies all the steps, like all the intermediate steps required in order to make tilled soil. So if I were to do it, where's a good example? Like here, for instance, on the water, the colonists would first have to convert it into a regular soil type like dirt, most likely, as my guess. Then they would have to convert it into rich soil, and then they would be able to convert it into tilled soil. So there's like 3 steps to it. And now yesterday I had assigned all this to become tilled soil, which is better than rich soil. However, whenever you load a save, it removes all those designations. Or well, rather, it doesn't remove the designations, but it changes them into a just terraform to the next step. Like, it doesn't save all the consecutive steps that would be required. So say we were to do tilled soil over here, for instance, on the water, and we then saved the game and loaded it, then it would just convert the water into dirt, most likely. At least I think that's the next step in the chain. So whatever comes next is what it would be reverted back to, unfortunately. Which is a bit of a shame, but you know, it's nothing too terrible. It's not like you can't work with it. But if you don't think about it or you don't notice for a long while in a playthrough, that could be have an impact, you know. Yeah, this water tastes tastes old. I'll be right back. Whoop it up. Oh yeah, right. So we got the we're only 8 years into the colony and we finally got our first artwork, which increases the beauty quite significantly in this room. Which now makes it a beautiful room. Beautiful room. So let's see, how's the hospital doing? We still need a few beds replaced and even like a complete wing established, but I'm sure we'll get there. Oh crap. Okay, so I forgot about this. Yesterday we accepted a bunch of refugees into the colony. Oh man. And you know, every time we get refugees in, I have to gauge the possibility of them becoming potentially hostile. And they're just gonna be all over the place. Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with. The good thing is they only get melee weapons, you know. Heck, one of them's even been annihilated by this shredder turret. I don't exactly know what their plan is, but interesting. Hey, Varric. Nice to see you here. You come at the most opportune time. How are you doing? Ah, shit, where are all these people? Can we... Doing good, doing good. You know, at this point I almost expect you to be in here almost every Saturday, because you've been here every single Saturday. That's pretty awesome. Guess I must be doing something right. Oh, okay, yeah, we only had 6 of these people in here. That means one's in the hospital, one is down. Oh, really? Is that how it works? I mean, I don't know if we can even see it anymore. Probably not. That's a bit cheaty, isn't it? Let's see. Oh yeah, so the thing that I've always just noticed is that in the third paragraph here, it says if you make them happy, some of them may offer to join you. They may also reward you later for helping them, but there's no way to know their true intentions. Huh. Yeah, I know about the one about letting them die, because I did use a group as meat shields at some point, and I completely forgot that that was a thing. But I think we are more than well equipped enough in order to deal with it, though. So where's the nearby people to this person here? Do we even need to worry? Probably not. Yeah, let's see. Right underneath the accepted or whatever. Yeah, my guess is that we wouldn't be able to know anymore because it's been archived in the historical tab now. It's not a big issue. It's not like they're well equipped in the first place, so. Okay. Oh, this. Okay. Pikachu needs to get out of the way because they're trying to steal food. Like, what is this? Oh, now they're fleeing. That one's down. I think that takes care of all of them. Wait, where's the last one? Nope. Wait, they can join you even if they're going to betray you and the person that Prima joined is still Oh, okay, I understand what you mean now. Okay, yeah, I needed to read that over like twice. So what you're saying is that, you know, they... Yeah, I think I've had that happen at some point where the rest of the group eventually betrayed you, but that one person who joined you earlier stayed. A little bit weird, but you know, it's still a pretty cool feature. I do like the whole betrayal concept, if you will. The only thing about the visiting people like that is that it really bugs me that you can't give them better equipment, for better or for worse. Wait, what? Why did it slow down? Okay. But I think we have more than enough people here in order to keep our colony running, so I don't really want to make prisoners. Ooh. A little bit of a burp. Can't drop anything. I mean, so because I'm using the simple sidearms mod, I am able to switch their equipment out. But the way I think it works now, obviously we can't test it right now, but like, you know, the simple sidearms mod just makes it possible because of how that mod works. So with that mod, you can make them force drop the item that they were already wielding, making them able to pick up a new replacement one. But I seem to recall you needed to intentionally drop it before being able to give them something. And I assume that that's just because of the simple sidearms mod and not intended. So I haven't been giving them better weapons. Just because I know you can't switch their clothing out. In the tab, it's like, you know, it's locked basically. Ooh, can we get a... Oh yeah, we can get all these shitty weapons sold. Damn, about time. What else should we sell? Okay, so we can actually also get rid of wooden plate armor and sell it that way. Because this merchant won't buy wood, but he'll buy wooden plate armor. That could be good because this is quite a lot of silver. And it's just wood in theory. So that might actually be a pretty good value multiplier. Because that's also gives us our colonists more work to do. So they can improve their skills. So what are you doing today, Varric? Are you gonna be playing through an existing colony or a different game entirely, or let me know. Because if I remember correctly, last week, didn't you start a new colony again? Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not necessarily because you're adding mods, but it could just be because you're adding them while, like, after the fact that you started the playthrough. But you know that, of course. Oh yeah, by the way, look at this. We've got all the power cells stored now. You have a total room of another, what is this, 9 spaces that we can put more in. Just for you, I did all this. But I do know that feeling of wanting to add mods, like, it takes me back to when I first started modding my playthrough, because I've been playing vanilla for a couple days, and very quickly I realized there were just so many things in the game that didn't work as I wanted them to. And then, just like you say, like, I would start, oh god damn it. Well, at least I'm prepared this time. Don't have to put them into, like, a dubious storage facility. But yeah, I was like starting to add mods into my playthrough, and I did notice the same thing where I really wanted this mod, but if I were to add it, it would just break things. So I had to leave it out. I mean, when we're done with this playthrough, we have to make like a huge fireworks show out of all these. There's just no other way. Just to see how much carnage you could unleash. I mean, we already did like a quick test where I just blew one up with a save intentionally to see how bad it would be. Whoa, I didn't even realize how much plasteel we had. Holy shit. Well, it makes sense given that we had so many meteorites that we just mined recently. Speaking of mods though, Varric, I actually I was testing out the Twitch toolkit that those people who joined chat last week talked about. And it's basically, from what I could see, functions very similar to RimConnect. The only major difference is that it's all command based, of course. But it does make it way more interesting, let's say that. Like, for instance, there's a karma based system where you actually get rewarded for helping out the streamer. Which means that if you have positive karma, you actually gain currency at a increased rate. And then if you lose karma, it also takes your currency gain down again. And you could also do something really crazy, which seems quite fun. You can basically replace the storyteller with a voting system instead. So what that means is that whenever the game would normally throw an event my way, you know, like a raid or whatever, instead it's gonna be a vote then, which based off of Twitch chat and people voting, it's gonna pick one of those different options. And they're like sort of obscured. So it's gonna be like a random good event or a random bad event and that kind of stuff. But it does mean that instead of the storyteller just randomly giving stuff and you know, that the storyteller defining the difficulty, if you will, then it's up to chat. And from what I could tell, if no one votes, it still functions, like it just chooses one at random. So it's not like oh, we had one of those? Oh. Yes, I didn't notice. Oh well. So yeah, it seemed pretty interesting. What do you think? Wow, we're getting so many ambrosia sprouts here. What the hell? We have like 2 up here. Then we have 1 here, and then a completely 4th one down here. Call in ally thing to gain karma. I mean, from what I could tell when I was testing it out, you could get karma just from sending resources in. Didn't have to be like something crazy as sending an ally. But I did also try out the Puppeteers mod, though I gotta say it's really cool, but I'm a little bit worried about the what do you call it? The controlling thing. I mean, obviously, you know, it's not something I'll have to deal with, but at least when I was testing it out, it seemed very, very laggy when I was controlling my own colonist through the web-based client. It could be because it's, you know, me controlling something in my own game, I don't know. But there was a delay slider which couldn't go further down than 100 ms, so that means a second's worth of delay on updating the image, I suppose. Yeah, I wouldn't want someone randomly doing that. I mean, I've pretty sure, like, I don't know if that's disabled by default, but you can make it so that you can't just like go like this, you know, and then do an attack or even a melee, you know. How does this even... Oops. So if we do this melee attack, you know, it's like this basically. Because you can limit certain things, and from what I was trying to do, like, I don't know if it was just because I was using the simple sidearms mod or whatever, but through the UI at least, it seemed pretty cool that you could get control, but it didn't really work quite well. Because every time I would have them drafted and I say like, use the chain shotgun or something, it would just close down the UI instead. So I don't know if that's because that option was disabled or something, but I don't know. Seemed a bit weird. But at least for me personally, the frame updating, or whatever you want to call it, like the speed at which it updated the web-based representation of the game was really slow. It definitely didn't feel like 100 ms, which I did try setting it to. But maybe that's because those changes don't apply until you restart the mod, so... Because I didn't also feel like any major quality difference when I switched it, because I think the default was 500 ms, which means the image would only update every 5 seconds, which doesn't depend on the game speed. So if the game is suddenly moving at 2x speed, which, you know, is actually 3 times the regular speed, then you know, your image would update so slowly that people would just be teleporting around. Seems pretty cool though. Like, for instance, if you were to buy a colonist, from what they were saying, it could be hooked up with the Puppeteers mod so that you automatically gain control of that colonist. Because I did have a few issues with how you gain control of colonists too, but at least this part did sound pretty enticing. Because by default, of course, you know, I would have to assign colonists to people. And then there's a queue-based system that you can use and stuff. So that, you know, people have an equal chance and I don't have to like cherry pick people to get a control over a character, you know. But the main problem I have with it is that if you were to add a colonist for someone to help out, oh wow, someone bought a dragon and someone went and punched it, causing it to revenge and kill pretty much the whole colony. Jeez. So a wild dragon, I take it. Okay. I mean, yeah, I could see why. Well, I assume that's why you have autosaves. If something that crazy happens. I mean, you're the streamer, so you know, you get to moderate everything. Because that's... Wait, what? Advanced component deterior... Oh shit. Fucking bastards. They were someone... Oh, god damn it. One of the the refugees must have been in here when they shit. When they went hostile, and then they broke the door, and then all this stuff started deteriorating because outdoors. Well, damn. But yeah, I could see why that would be a problem. I wonder if that would give you negative karma though. Probably not, because that integration probably doesn't exist. But again, like, I don't know if it's... It didn't seem like when I was testing it out that I could actually straight up target down specific things, at least. Because I tried my very best to kill my testing colony through this spawned-in colonist through the Puppeteers web client, and I just couldn't do anything. I could change all the work orders, I could move them around, but when it came to actually deal damage, I just couldn't do the control thing. It would just remove the UI every time I tried to interact with it. So I could draft the colonist, but I just couldn't do anything like direct control wise. But anyway, so the main problem I have with it is it would be cool if someone could come in with their personalized colonist temporarily, and then whenever, you know, said person would, for instance, stop watching or want to take a break from controlling their colonist and participating, it would be nice for them to be able to send those colonists home to, like, you know, some void area where they sort of get stored for later use. just so that more people could have their own personalized colonists, if you catch my drift. So when you say you tried it, is that like you were part of a stream where they had it running? Ah, okay. Just to clarify. Well, I mean, you did the you did the right thing, right? Well, I don't know, of course, the circumstances, but so here's the thing, like, you know, you could give control of any of these colonists to another viewer so that they get direct control, but based off of what I could see, you know, you could customize everything on the looks and the, you know, even the gender of the colonists. And on top of that, they would gain the name of whoever would take control over them, from what I could tell. Which means that I think my preferred way to do this is to have, like, for each 5th regular colonist, maybe, then we have one colonist that can be controlled by a viewer. I think that might be a good way to balance it, because I also don't quite understand the whole idea of being able to take control and customize a colonist. But then, you know, the stats you can change, those are set in stone. And the next time you come around, someone else would have probably had control of that colonist, so it's not really yours. As far as I understand, and I don't really like that. If you could take your colonists out of, like the ones that are player controlled, out of the colony when they leave, and then they could return with those colonists, that would be way better in my opinion. I know it doesn't make the best in-universe sense. I mean, you could have them leave at the edge of the tile or whatever in order for them to, like, lose control, you know, in order to save their colonist for later. And, you know, if the viewer doesn't do it themselves before logging off, if you will, it almost sounds like you're joining a game, like, you know, but you get my drift. Then if they didn't do that manually, the AI would just take over and do it for them. So it's like almost like logging out in an MMO, right? If you spend the time to log out properly, you don't get ganked by some PvPing asshole. But if you do log out, you do have the option to log out immediately, and then they would just walk automatically. I don't know. I feel that would be way more appropriate, because if people can buy their own colonists too, just so that they can get control over them. I mean, I don't want to have another 10 colonists for 10 potential random viewers sitting around, assuming that eventually they might come back in and want to continue playing. Similar as I mean, you know, we could do it where a few colonists are basically these shared between the viewers kind of colonists. And then you get to choose their look and appeal whenever you take control over them, and you can change them to what your preferences are. It's just that their stats are going to be, you know, shared across. So all their traits, what they're incapable of, background story, and all the skills, how they've been trained, that's all going to be shared. So, but I don't know. You know, we would have to try it out. And I'm definitely game on trying out Puppeteer at some point. Maybe even as the next playthrough with some mods added to spice it up. Just to sort of also experience the extremes, like you say, with the dragons and stuff. And then I also want to switch away from RimConnect into the Twitch toolkit, just because it has all those added options. But before I can do that, I need to set up a Twitch bot, I think, because otherwise it seems like the chat would get easily spammed with all these commands you need to type in all the time. Oh wait, rare frumbos. Hold on. Don't we have? We have inspired taming. Is this the time? Is this the one? No. Oh, come on. Anyone else? Mikey has animals at level 12, and he's got inspired taming. Okay, so we actually can get a frumbo here. And excellent, none of them have like any detrimental health effects. So why not? Fucking free frumbo, alright. The only thing I couldn't, I haven't gotten completely sure about yet is how the currency for the Twitch toolkit is handled compared to RimConnect, because RimConnect is per save, but Twitch toolkit is a different thing, so it might be different as well. Come on, tame that frumbo already. Slowpoke Mike. God damn, he's slow. Okay, we definitely need to do something about this guy. We just can't have someone this slow. Should we give him some of the healer mech serums, maybe, just to at least turn him into a regular human being again? Yeah, that's fair. Because since it has all that whole karma system and everything, I assume that it would be more appropriate that your currency was stored between people, maybe? Or at least your karma. Because otherwise, as soon as you switch over into a new or different playthrough, then your whole balance and karma switches around with it. And I think it seems more appropriate that the what do you call it? Like the karma follows with you. So we have our first frumbo. It's excellent. Danger cluster. Okay, a mech cluster will land and they'll contain these things. An auto mortar, oh no. I fucking hate those things. Those are the literal worst. And they'll get a low shield, which means we can use mortar on them, but is that even worth it? I mean, look at these rewards. I really don't like the mortars. They just seem so fucking overpowered on the mech clusters. Or is that just me? I mean, they'll definitely be per streamer for sure. But since it's all related to the mod, I assume that all the data gets stored on my machine locally, because there's no, like, you know, there's no server involved. Because the way it works when you set it up is that you authorize Twitch, or you authorize it to do stuff with your Twitch thing. Yeah. What is it? The Vanilla Factions expanded mechanoids have those crashed frigates and whatnot, and they are just insane, some of them. One of the layouts comes with 4 auto mortars and a mortar shield, including like inferno cannons, and just it's absolutely terrible. It's just very little you can do about that. And the really terrible part about it is that I tried going for one of them with an SRTS, where I would take my people in the SRTS, fly out, because it was like an external site, to engage in this, which is essentially a mechanoid base. Like, that's how they're supposed to function anyway. But at least with the SRTS, before everyone managed to leave the vehicle and get drafted, like, the auto mortars were already firing at them. It was just insane carnage. And you know, I know of course the SRTS isn't a vanilla feature per se, and it would be nice with that mod if you could land, like, I guess you would want to land on a tile next to the frigate, and then have the SRTS located there, and then move the rest on foot, so that you at least don't have to worry about it. Because at least with that approach, every single, no matter what I tried, the mechanoids would repeatedly get the ship destroyed in one way or another, and that's just way too expensive to be worth it. And even then, like, my people weren't strong enough to take it out. Turns out though that you know, as I mentioned, they are in fact faction bases, or to be considered faction bases, and I didn't know that when I first encountered them, because I was like, oh shit, a mechanoid base has spawned on the planet. Better do something about it, because the mechanoid attacks get changed so that their intensity is now then based off of how many of these crashed frigates and whatnot you have on the world map. So the more of them that you have, the worse it gets when they attack. Move the ship. I guess that makes sense, because you can, like, this, take it down, I suppose. Still though, just with the amount of shit that like a frigate, for instance, is one of the larger ones, and when it arrived, I was in industrial tech still, because the way I was, or actually, yeah, I'm trying to remember now. So I was doing like a run where I was trying out Ignorance is Bliss, which, in case you don't know what that is a mod that allows you to set it so that you can't get attacked by someone who's above your tech level, for instance. So you can assign what tech levels can attack you based off of an offset. So for instance, if you're just starting out in the Olympic stage, you can't get attacked by mechanoids because they are considered spacer tech. So even being in medieval stages or industrial stages, still no mechanoids will attack you. It's not until you do reach the spacer tech stage that they will. And it works really well with tech advancing, I found, which makes a lot of sense. You know, you definitely want to be able to increase your tech level. But the vanilla factions mod doesn't work with that, if you will, because the mechanoid ships, if I remember correctly, they're spawned in as events, right? So I don't know if the events would be considered like a technology-based limited event, if you will. I mean, technically they should, but like for raids at least, it just limits the pool selection of who can raid you to the corresponding tech levels that are restricted. Wouldn't make much difference now, but you got more mods to grab. Yeah. it's like really cool. I can show you how the config looks if you haven't seen it yet. Because you can also adjust downwards with an offset. So say you don't want to be attacked by Neolithic tribes over and over and over again with a billion bows, then you can literally make it so that if your industrial tech, you know, only one tech level below you gets to be chosen for the raid pool, which would be like including where you are, so that would be industrial and medieval, assuming you have a medieval faction, of course. Which again, like with with Ignorance is Bliss, it's recommended that you have something like you know, vanilla expanded factions medieval, because otherwise there's no one will be able to attack you when you are in the medieval stage and you limit it to only your tech level, for instance. But it does make for an interesting progression in the game, I will say, because I was kind of getting tired of being harassed by mechanoids early on and then being pointlessly attacked by Neolithic people later on. To a certain degree. I mean, if you have the organ harvesting post-mortem thing, then, you know, you do have the option to make use of their body parts, right? What was I doing? Oh yeah, exotic trader. The only thing that would make it even more perfect is if you could, and I don't know if this works properly or not, but if you could hook it up with the faction resources mod, which does similar things to Rimworld, but it's more specifically to just giving factions a resource counter for when they attack you. A bionic eye. Okay, we could actually make use of that. Because basically what it allows you to do is that, well, not allows you to do, but what it changes is that right now, any faction could attack you with any amount of enemies. And the way the game just balances that is, you know, through your colony wealth, right? Which means that the more wealth you have, the bigger a budget the AI has to generate enemies. And that's why even if you can get by attacked by like industrial tech enemies, they're not necessarily gonna use the whole selection of weapons, like miniguns for instance, simply because the AI has too little of a budget to purchase, if you will, units that use that weapon. That goes on to like armor and everything else too. And it also means that a faction cannot attack you if they don't have enough points to do so. And it scales based off of the size, like the size of the raid scales with the amount of points they use. And then say you fight them back and they start fleeing. Well, any enemy that flees off the map returns points into their resource pool. So that, you know, if you play something that like one of the mods where they're going to be more self-preserving, it'll probably work out a little bit better, because no longer will you have to defeat, you know, 90% of the enemies. And they'll try and carry each other out of the battlefield too. So it could create some more diverse and interesting combat scenarios, I assume, which is really cool. But yeah, I don't know if it works with Ignorance is Bliss though, since they are separate mods. If you're worried about your wealth and you don't have it yet, get the, let me see, oh, what's it called? Get the combat readiness check mod, because it changes how your wealth is calculated outside of how the game does it normally. Like, it overrides the whole way it's calculated. So combat readiness check, can highly recommend. 7.1 million, yeah. Yeah, that's quite a lot more than where we're sitting here. But I mean, with mods that'll happen pretty quickly. I have been trying out the combat readiness check with the Dragon's Descent mod, and I had like 10 dragons in my colony, which were all like at least adults, which means they were easily worth 10,000 a dragon or something. So, you know, that's already 100,000 just in dragons alone. And the combat readiness check is way better at balancing those extreme cases. And with the combat readiness check, you have these different settings. So like I'm on this is fine, but you can also do fair or your own settings, or if you really want to be hurting, then you can set it even higher. I did try it out with fair to begin with, but I felt that that was a little bit too easy for my tastes. So, you know, you can just try it out and see what you feel like. It's of course going to be really hard to get a feel for the mod if you're not starting a new colony, but you know, it's definitely a thing. Kind of bothers me that there's 3 red tiles here. Let's change that. But yeah, I did try the faction resources mod at some point, just to see how it would work. But for the most part, it ended up in a situation where the enemy, like I almost stopped getting raids entirely because the enemy factions didn't replenish their resources quickly enough. And then even when I got raided, it was mostly from the primitive ones early on, of which there was only one hostile faction. So, you know, they didn't have many resources to go about with. Which means that when they attacked, it was only like a few people, if I remember correctly too. It's possible that, yeah, if I recall, it doesn't, like it straight up prevents raids from happening if they don't have enough currency, if you will, like resources in order to establish a war party either. And the rate at which they gain resources and their max pool, I think, or starting pool. Whoa, shit, what? Oh shit, I just broke something. No. It depends on the size of the faction. So the more faction bases they have, the more resources they get, and I think it also translates into them replenishing it faster. Shit. So I've got like this string thing here. I just pop this middle clasp that, you know, prevents it from frilling off, and it's gonna be impossible to get back on now. I'd imagine. Shit. Oh well. Hopefully that's not gonna be a problem. I don't think I have any equipment to get this through. Because it's all puffed up now, which is like... Shit. Oh well. Can't really do anything about that, I suppose. Best not to think about that. But then there's also the Rimworld mod that I mentioned, which works in similar ways. It's a little bit hard to simplify, but Rimworld does a lot of different things all at once, though. So like, you don't want to use Ignorance is Bliss, because I don't even think it works with Rimworld. Faction resources is also not something you should be running simultaneously, because Rimworld does the same thing. But what Rimworld does additionally is that the different factions will be moving around on the world map, so you can see them before they come and raid you. You can see them on the world map, and if I recall, they also start fighting each other on the world map. And there's like this whole faction base expansion system that's been overhauled from vanilla behavior. That, if I remember correctly, there's just a bunch of things. And I tried it, but Rimworld is a bit too extreme for my tastes, because at least the iteration I was playing, like you would get raided multiple times in like an in-game week because of how the placement of enemy camps and everything on the world map suddenly influences how often you get raided. So the closer to enemy bases you are, the more prone they are to discover you with their war parties and scouting parties. So it's no longer just like, oh, you get attacked now, but rather like, oh, there's this group of nasty looking enemies out here, and they're likely going to attack you if they discover you. So, and it also doesn't differentiate between tech levels, I'm pretty sure. So this is a war merchant, so nothing too crazy, but we can at least sell a couple bows. I'll have to look up something. I'll look at some of our stockpiles, actually. There's something odd. A war merchant that doesn't really sell that many weapons. Yay. What a surprise. Let's sell some beer though, just to get some extra silver. So what I wanted to see is this. Oh, okay, so this room doesn't have an orbital trade thingy majiggy. Where is it? Plague. Well, I'm not too worried about a plague anymore. Just to keep it completely covered. So yeah, I was wondering why we couldn't sell off steel swords and such, and that's because this storage cabinet wasn't covered by trade beacons. Makes sense now. Oh my god, and he had the flu recently, so he's only just barely managed to recover. He should be fine now. I'm trying to think of any other mods that I have been trying out and running when it comes to difficulty scaling. Because it's definitely a pretty influential thing to change, if you will. Because the difficulty scaling with the combat readiness check also affects your quests, so no longer do you get like insane, you know, 50,000 silver worth quest rewards that are just impossible to complete. Or not impossible, you know, nothing's impossible, but when they ask for you to send 17 out of your 19 colonists to go help someone for 30 in-game days, that's yeah, that's that's interesting. I've always felt that those missions in particular are super unbalanced. Because it's like the further you play into a colony, the harder it gets to fulfill those demands. Because earlier on, having 2 out of 4 of your colonists available is way easier to manage than later, than where it is 2 out of 19 of your colonists. Especially if you accepted like another quest earlier, which would trigger a mech hive or something ridiculous, because that would be based off of the amount of people you had when you accepted that quest. Actually, I don't even know if that's even true. I think it's actually balanced off of how many people you had when you received the quest. So it's a bit screwed in my opinion. I'm getting some pretty decent shredder turret coverage though. And from that betrayal we just had, it definitely seems like a good decision to have these in here. Surprised that they would even betray you when there's literally like, you know, something as scary as this looking at you. But yeah, do we have any other mods that I can think of? Have 34 people and they usually all have some kind of job to do. Yes, I can see why you would say that. But do remember that technically if you take people out of your colony for instance, you don't need like multiple people doing cooking jobs. You don't need multiple people doing planting and growing jobs. Like all of those jobs become unnecessary. At least that's how I see it, because I have had the same feeling many times over, but I always remind myself that, oh yeah, right. If we're taking people out of the colony, we no longer need to produce as much food and all those other things that are necessary. Let's put that over here. And in fact, if you haven't already, I would definitely consider looking, like if that's a concern, I would say, then you could look into the different factory-based mods. Like for instance, the vanilla expanded mechanoids mod adds a bunch of manufacturing facilities. And if you combine that with, is it Rim Factory Light, I think? You can essentially make an automated factory that makes all your food for you. To the point where you don't really need as many colonists around. Heck, you can even get these research computers that are amazing. That just periodically produces 1 research point per research computer. At the cost of power, of course. So you can also save on colonists having to do research manually, which I tried that Mechanoids mod in my last playthrough, and it's great. It's really awesome. You can also automate drill mining and processing from stone chunks into straight up steel, into potentially mechanical components, all that stuff. You can even make weapons automatically. Yeah, meat grinder. And I mean, if you have all of those things set up properly and automated, you know, assuming you can run it power-wise, then you shouldn't have the need for like 34 colonists to at least supply your colony or making progress in terms of research and all that. Still though, sending 30 out of 34 colonists off to do colony work at a different place for a total of maybe, 40 in-game days. That's still a long time to go without colonists. But I guess with the mechanoids mod, you can also make security robots. So, obviously the idea is also to build turrets. And if you have sufficient amounts of those, you probably don't need as many people defending. And again, if it triggers a raid that is not predetermined by a mission or something, I do believe that it does scale based off the amount of colonists you have available to you, right? So should be a little bit better. Yeah, that's the other thing. The rewards are usually end up becoming worse and worse as time progresses. Like one of my main, okay, where's this one going? Oh shit, we have a broken wall down here. Damn you! Okay. So it's gonna go up. Oh shit. Well, could have gone better. Getting that freaking grizzly bear out of here. But yeah, when it comes to the rewards, like one of the main things that I always prioritize is if we can get something like, healer mech serums, resurrector mech serums, bionic parts like archotech stuff, and then most importantly, stuff like these manometric power cells, for instance, because that's the only way that naturally you can get those. But in the vanilla game, as you progress further and further in, the chance of it spawning in these archotech structures just goes further and further down. Thankfully, there's a mod that fixes that. Can't remember what it's called, but it's like it rebalances the archotech rewards so that they are more like they also appear in later stage colonies. Plasteel. Okay, not too shabby. It is called Quest Reward Rebalanced. No, Rebalance. That's what it's called. And without that, the quests like sending colonists off to do work other places just wouldn't be worth it. Like even if you got like say 2000 steel, would you really send off 30 out of 34 colonists just to get 2000 steel? I mean, they could probably mine it out with a deep drill way quicker than you would be able to do the quest. Again, because it's like the amount of days they have to stay away from the colony seems to also increase with the wealth of your colony, so I just never feel like they're worth it. Like ever. Maybe very, very early game, because it's so short amount of time that it might be worth. Or in really edge case scenarios, it can technically save your colony. Say you have a nuclear winter going on, or any kind of outdoors effect that makes it so you can't grow crops, and they come in and say like, oh, do you want to send 80% of your colony over and help us out for like the next X amount of days, and you look at your food stockpile and it's basically non-existent. Then it's not just about the reward, but the fact that you can send your colonists on a holiday so that they don't die due to starvation. Say if you can't feasibly do the research and infrastructure required to do, you know, indoor growing, at least. That's like the main use case I would say they have. I can't remember, but I also seem to recall that don't they also gain skill increases from doing work at a different colony like that? Or is that a modded version of the event? Can't quite remember. Yeah. I mean, that's why, like, when I do a playthrough and I look at mods that I know for sure are gonna break everything, I mean, combat readiness check should work mid-save no problem, because it just changes the difficulty of subsequent spawning events and everything, you know, in raids, so it just changes the way that it determines how those events are generated, but not what events are generated, if you know. So any existing events will still function just like normal, because it's just a rebalance. I can't remember about the faction resources though, but in order for faction resources to work better, I think it's a good idea to consider having multiple hostile factions in order to avoid the thing where they end up like rushing you with raids and then never raid you again because they've used up all their resources. That's at least how I looked at it when I was trying out the faction resources mod. I can't remember how many of each I had. I think I had like 4 Neolithic what do they call it? They call savage tribes, I think they are. And I think I had 4 pirate factions as well. And then I had like one of each of the Rimworld ones, so the Pharaoh faction and the Federation faction. And what else did we have? Then we also had a bunch of the... I use Faction Blender in my regular playthroughs just because of all the races that get added in. So I usually replace the default Outlander factions with those. And then we also had stuff like Farians and Orasans and what are they called? Mojo factions around the map. But you know, in terms of the faction resources, it's mostly about hostile ones, you know. Oh, and medieval ones too. Like, it basically wouldn't work that well if you don't utilize the faction control mod to set up everything. I mean, it'll work, but then you might have to adjust the... I think you can adjust the resource gain settings. There's like multipliers and stuff you can mess around with. Though I do seem to recall you might be able to just change those, like add that mod on the fly, but I can't remember. Because it just adds new functionality, but I don't know how good it's going to be if you want to remove it later. But don't hang me up on that. Okay, so 750 corn per stack. Okay, so... Oh yeah, I can show you this one as well that I started using yesterday, which is really cool. It's, is it trending or whatever you want to call it? Just double check. So it's... yeah, I would have to look through here. I think it was on the most popular section at some point. Either that or like most popular in the last week or something. It's called farming hysteresis, or how you pronounce that in English. And it allows you to say we have this crop field here, this growing zone, right? It allows us to use these hysteresis values instead of so we can enable farming hysteresis. If it's not enabled, this is what, you know, we normally have. We can allow sowing or disallow sowing. But if we enable farming hysteresis, it's gonna automatically manage this specific field according to thresholds. And how that works is that you have an upper bound and a lower bound, which means if you have less than the lower bound threshold, this field will become enabled for planting, you know, sowing. But if you reach the upper bound, it'll disallow sowing for this specific field until you get back below the lower bound values. So as an example, when we look over in the box over here, the bottom left, I've set it so that if we have less than 13,000 hay grass in storage, they'll start planting it again. Whereas if we have 15,000 or more, they'll stop planting. And then, you know, we can see here, okay, we have 13,791, which is why they're not planting this field. And you can make these values globals too, and then make other fields use the global values so that you know, you only have to change it once, like set it up once per crop type. And then wherever you want them to use the hysteresis rules, you can just enable use global and it automatically gets readjusted. And what's really cool about that is that it gets rid of the overfilling and overproduction of certain crops, because it's per crop type as well. It even works with herbal medicine, and because it prevents overproduction like that, it means that you will have you know, it'll impact your wealth of your colony more appropriately according to how much food you actually need. So, you know, it means that we'll have plenty of food that can be stored of each different type, but it'll also actually help us create better food variety. So if, for instance, you know, rice grows way quicker than any of the other crops at the cost, if you will, of it being you know, you're getting less out of it per harvest. But eventually, you know, you might have more of one type of crop than the others, at which stage it might be more interesting to get more variety than just a single crop type over-bloating your stockpile. So it helps, it's basically like the colony manager mod, but specifically for your crops. So I can highly recommend that. And I can only imagine if you're using something like Rim Cuisine or the vanilla expanded furniture expanded farming mods, or whatever it's calling it. Like all those different mods that add different crop types. You know, because one thing is that you have increased stack sizes and the ability to stack multiple items in the same tiles with storage mods. But another thing is to actually keep it managed to a, you know, reasonable degree. Okay, so bulk goods trader. Well, I kind of want to start stockpiling more medicine. Oh, that actually reminds me. I don't think... if we buy neutral, I mean, we can make some more. Okay, so that's quite a lot of silver cost, but I hope we can afford it. Maybe not. Oh yeah, we've got all this freaking ambrosia. Let's get rid of that. Well, sell it for profit at least. What else do we have? We have smoke leaves, which is another thing, like, you know, it also works for those crops too. So if you don't want to keep them stockpiling smoke leaf or whatever other crops you might have for other things that are not necessarily food, you know, they will sort of automatically manage all those stockpiles. Okay, let's get rid of some of these lower durability things. Go. So yeah, so we don't actually have a medicine job. Let's do until we have 100 medicine made. But wait, we don't have any smoke leaf joints either. Does that mean we'd have no one? We have no one working on drugs, at least not focused. Lamp could do it. They're kind of like a prioritized scanner though. But they would be the most appropriate for the job. I guess they could do medicine first as their primary priority now. I mean, we do have quite a lot of stuff scanned at this point. So once they start running out over here, we can just move the drills around after all. Self-tamed turkeys. Free food, why not? Oh, I just thought of something. I wonder how well the Puppeteers mod works with the Rimworld of Magic mod. Cause, dude, that could be so fucking cool. Especially if the mod offer changes or makes it optional if it isn't, and I just haven't discovered it, but with the option of having like non-controlled colonists leave the tile, or you know, your map. That would be so cool, having like, you know, random wizards join your colony to help out, because there's so much utility in that mod with all the different classes and everything. Or like, say you're out doing a quest. That's also a cool instance where it could be awesome to like, oh, I'm coming to join you on this quest and help you out, you know? As from like a viewer's perspective, I'd imagine. That'd be so cool. Now this is much better. Even if there's two red tiles next to each other, it doesn't bother me as much as having like 3 of them. I do miss my flooring mods. Not having half the screen covered with floor pattern designs is a bit of a different experience at this stage. Oh, right. Are we even making slate blocks? I don't think so. No, we're not. We should probably do that. Until we have 1,000 maybe. Inspired taming. I don't think we have anything worth taming, do we? There's a mega sloth. But that requires taming 10. Oh, was it actually? No, it wasn't. Okay. Well, she doesn't have high enough levels, so... But you know that thing that you're saying, Varric, with wanting to make a new colony with all these different mods again? Like, that's sort of the same feeling I get whenever I start talking about all the different mods that add all these possibilities to your game, you know? That also makes me want to, like, you know, kind of, in a sense, get done with this colony, if you will. So we can get into those. But it's probably also because once you get into this stage where you're mostly just hanging out and waiting for things to happen and, you know, doing the occasional minor change here and there to optimize a few things, there's not really going to be a lot going on as when you're first building your colony. Okay, what we can do though is we can expand this wall down, and then we can dig out this mountain here. Kind of want to get started on that. We should also fill out this. Or at least I want to. We actually don't have a whole lot of creatures that we can do much with. Like, can help with hauling and that stuff. Is it tameness? I'm thinking of something here. What is it again? So when we look in here, the animal can be assigned a master whom it will follow and defend. Okay, so that's the guard thing. Is it called the same here though? Yes, okay. Wait, so I've never considered that. Can you like... Huh. I've never tried that. So does it mean if you click this tameness thing, does it mean that you're untaming your creature? Is that what that means? Like they become wild? Can you actually do that? I don't really want to try it because, you know, seems a bit silly to me. Why would you ever need that? Wait a minute. Huh. What would happen if you untamed a bonded animal? When they go below 5. Oh, you're talking about this thing. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, I totally forgot that these were a thing because I play with the taming fix mod so that their tameness doesn't decay. Just because I found it obnoxious that randomly you had mega sloths left and right like untaming themselves. Oh, let's see how bad this one is. Okay. So this is one of those freaking labor quests. So they want 5 colonists for 9 days, which, you know, normally that would probably be way worse than what it is right now. So it's way more feasible to do because of the balance changes that we have. Otherwise it would probably have been like, oh, you need to send 16 colonists for 20 days or something, if not more. Of course, the rewards are also balanced against how difficult the quest is, but you know, the difficulty of the quest is now also properly balanced to how many people we have, sort of, and how wealthy our colony is. We want goodwill or honor, though. I mean, we could do it for honor. I wouldn't mind. Give Amopeka some more honor so that he can get him further up. Okay, 7 hours. But yeah, the retraining things always bug me in the game because it's just... Okay, that's a bit interesting. Why did it land there instead of in the freaking thing over here? Oh, it's blocked by... Oh, okay, it's blocked by an oak tree. That makes sense. We'll have to do something about that. But what we can do is, because these 5 people are sort of... Oh, right. Maybe not Jericho and Mike. Sorry, Lover. Those we probably want to keep in the colony. We can send these 2 instead. But I'm not too worried about sending Mike, Adam, and Missini over. Those colonists are kind of... yeah. We definitely need to do something about this one. Why is he... What kind of pathfinding is that? Why wouldn't you use the... Okay, never mind. Fucking Amopeka with the 15 potatoes. Oh my god, we're back again. How are you doing, Kevin? Hope you're enjoying your weekend. Hello. How did the I'm doing pretty good. Just enjoying my Saturday with some Rimworld. How did the job interview go? Wasn't that this week? Or when was it again? Like, my fucking time perception is all over the place and I just can't remember now. How should we treat this? Ah, okay, first day. Yeah, okay, so it's not been that long yet. What's your, did you get like immediate response as like with, how quickly you were called in, or are you still waiting for that? Let's do like this. Well, that's pretty cool. And I'm sure that given your professionalism and everything, you have a, as you say, like, you know, I would also say that you have a good shot at it, right? It's your dream job, okay? So what is your dream job? Okay, we're definitely running out of space down here. What to do about that? Oh, I know what we can do. I mean, I know what we can do, but, you know, which approach would be the most important to start with? AKA, we need to build some storage buildings, but it's like, which one should we focus down on? Let's get some cloth hampers just because those are pretty good since we get quite a lot of cloth types in here and leather. Let's try and make 4. That should be more than enough. Hmm. 1 hour. Okay. That's not too terrible. I remember being at an interview with a net company, and the interview was a 2-hour long one split into 2 halves, which was fucking nerve-wracking the second half. But you say they have old systems and they want something new. So I guess that also means that you actually get to make something instead of just maintaining something. If I had to do shit, yeah, exactly, I had to do shit. As you put it. The first half was just a casual talk about me and their company. So to try and get like a personality match. And then afterwards, the second hour was basically like fucking doing an exam live without being 100% prepped for it. That was like the most nerve-wracking part about it. That makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to have some opinion because it means you can also think for yourself. Which I assume is a trait very much preferred in the industry anyway. A link obtained. Can they haul? No, they can only attack. Well, might as well keep them around, I suppose. Yeah, I imagine that there's always going to be like certain things that they would do differently. But at the end of the day, when it comes to code, like if it A works, and I assume B is made to like a certain standard, like readability wise, then what else would you even be interested in? Like, you know, for documentation so that other people can work over your code. I'm just asking because I actually don't know. Because as much as I have been doing programming myself, of course, it's not been like my main priority. Drop compacted machinery. Wow. This. Shit. I can try. I assume that when it comes to writing good code that, as long, I assume that it's going to be good code as long as it like works, and that you've made it to a certain quality standard readability wise and such, so that you know, it's not just you who can read the code and figure out what's going on. And you've thought about things like scalability and all that stuff. Best practice code, but doesn't that best practices when making code, doesn't that depend on how an individual company wants to do it? Of course, I don't know if there is actually anything like a universal standard. Oh, okay. So it's like, for instance, when it comes to Unity, they have, like, for instance, a list of very specific things that you should never do, or certain things where you should always do it in a certain way. Simply, even though you have the option to do it in a different way within their development, you know, what do you even call it? Space? You should always do certain things in a certain way. Yeah, for security reasons. But again, yeah, that's of course a little bit hard for me to relate to, because I've never had to worry about security when it comes to code. Like, for instance, I remember when Carsten was talking about programming back when we started making video games together, and he said that oh yeah, we need to, like, if we want to make sure that people can't cheat, for instance, we need to program it in a certain way. But you know, then we debated what to do about it, and then we agreed that okay, we didn't want to worry about players being able to do something crazy like manipulating their memory in order to basically hack the game, because there's no point in making that kind of safeguard when it comes to a video game, unless you're doing something that's competitive or, you know, has always online features or something like that. Yeah, that's like at least a really simplified case where everyone can understand with the best practices. Some of the cases, though, when it comes to best practice, or at least the company's preference to doing things, I haven't had that many instances where it's been relevant, but I had one instance where, when I was an intern at bedtime, where I needed to be able to do some prototyping with Bolt, and in order to do that, it doesn't like Bolt's own built-in variables cannot be serialized, which causes all kinds of issues, as you might imagine. And in order to get around that issue, I had to not use Bolt's own variable system, but just make regular C# variables. And I've showed you what that looks like, right? With the get and set way of writing it, which takes up, like, you know, 5 lines of code per variable you want to put in there. Whereas it, you know, just setting them as just defining, if you just define them as variables and make Bolt able to access it Bolt will automatically create a get and set function for you to utilize. So you don't need to specify a get and set for a given value. But and he didn't explain why they wanted it that way. He just said that, oh, if you need to start making code, we need to like agree on how to do things, he said. Which I get, it's so that they could look through the code later in case something relevant happened. And they could actually understand what was going on, I suppose. But yeah. Retrieving data from a database and setup of the program layout. And then I assume that also stuff like except I can't remember if with this use case, if you don't specify a set, I can't remember if it still provides you with one. That's the thing here. So regardless of what you write, it doesn't actually change the functionality. Yeah, you don't need to write it, but that's the thing, like, you just don't have to write it, period, because Bolt does it automatically, like, provides you with a get and set. So I mean, that's specific to Bolt, though. That's just because it's Bolt. And it's like a programming language on top of, like, built on top of C#, but a visual one, so, Okay, so it's Siege. Hell? What? Oh, he was stabbed by this boar. Oh man, this is bad timing, Jericho. Could you, like, maybe not? Well, shit. Yeah, exactly. But that's what I can't remember with Bolt, if it actually limits you to what you write in. Maybe it's like a default. If you just said, if you just make a public int, for instance, then it automatically provides you with a get and set. But maybe if you specify that this one needs to only be a get, or have a get, then maybe it doesn't allow you to set it. And stuff I don't have to work with. I mean, I've been applying for jobs in that field because it's programming related, but I just don't know enough about those things, which is part of why I've always thought it's silly that I apply for jobs in that position anyway, because it just doesn't make sense. Okay, Jericho was fine. Didn't lose a limb. How do we deal with this ragtag group of assholes? Yeah, you're always willing to help. What I really need, though, is like a dedicated programmer to partake in my journey on making video games, though. Because even if I had the financial situation sorted, I can make prototype code and such, but having something dedicated on working on the code would be preferable. But that's also a lot to expect of someone. Even if they get to be part of the startup, I still assume that there's not going to be many people around, and I know that would be interesting in something like that. Okay, let's change these people into some long-range weapons, just to get their attention. Okay, so they're angry now. Shit. Stop running around confused, Alberto. God damn it. Though this was also not exactly what I was hoping for. They are fleeing. That's good. Sparring in terms of coding, yeah, I mean, like, let's be real, like, I would probably need to undergo like some kind of educational course again in order to truly make improvements enough on my coding skills to the point where I could even feasibly get a job within that industry. I'm just so done with education at this point. Like, I was so freaking glad when finally I finished university that I could for once not have to deal with the anxiety of undergoing an education. There's just so many moments during your education where you think like, okay, this is like what do you call it, a education specific situation that you can't really expect someone to deal with IRL outside of that system, you know. For you, it's the other way around. What do you mean? Anxiety of not having an education? Like, not partaking in education? What do you mean with the opposite way around? Can we not salvage this salt? No, probably not. God damn it, not a boom rat. I don't want those. Calm down with the freaking fires already, jeez. Yeah, I mean, that's also something that I'm dealing with the fear of not being able to get a job, and the fear that even if I get a job, like, will I be able to keep it? But mostly just the fear of not being able to get a job is the one that's striking me the most. But I mean, I've also been unemployed for much no, I was just about to say, like, longer than you have. That's not exactly true, I suppose. But in like a long time running kind of sense, having been unemployed. Especially, you know, it doesn't help that your job center consultants tells you like, oh yeah, you need to like focus on getting a job ASAP, because the more time you waste not having a job, the more it seems likely to an employer that, oh, there's something wrong because you haven't been employed for like, you know, almost 3 years now. That's just like, I understand the logic behind it, but you just can't generalize something like that. Because there's so many decisions that you can make in terms of your career that just very often won't turn out the way you expect them to. You know, like, I've tried making my own startup, or at least, you know, trying to figure out how to go about it, at least to gain some insight, which obviously takes time in which I wasn't looking at jobs and therefore didn't get a job either. But that time wasn't wasted and wasn't like by any means necessary, not absolutely not negative either, but that's just how the job centers sort of generalizes it, or say that employers generalize it. It's like we only hire people with a lot of practice, but that means no one can get that practice. Yeah, is that the catch-22? Still think that some of those examples I've read on like the indie game development forums on Facebook and such are really interesting. There's one that really strikes out as being exceptionally interesting. I think I might have mentioned it to you at some earlier stage too, but it was basically a job application for a specific system or framework that they needed someone to have experience with. And they said like, oh, you need to have like 5 years of experience working with this system. And, you know, the funny thing about it is that the person applying for the job was coincidentally the person who had also made the framework. And here is where it gets interesting. The framework hadn't even existed for 5 years, so it was literally impossible for anyone whatsoever to have that amount of experience, because it just didn't exist for long enough. Yeah, looking for a 22-year-old, 20 years experience in the industry. I mean, these days, even like, they don't look for someone who's a certain age from what I can tell. It's always about the, oh, we are looking for someone who has 5 years of experience working as a games development programmer. But they don't count experience if it's done on a hobby basis. They don't count experience from your educations. Like, they're talking, you've worked in a company for 5 years doing this specific programming for this specific engine that we are currently using. Like, get real. That the only people who can boast of such a feat are people who are already working in the industry. And the really crazy part is that this goes for junior programming positions too. That's like not a junior programming position in my understanding. That's a fucking senior. And what blows my mind even more that it also, in some instances, I've noticed that those requirements are put on junior programmers, but they also have listings for senior programs on the side that are not really that far off a junior programmer. So what gives? Yeah, exactly. Like you just finished a highly specialized education towards working within a certain code environment, and that doesn't count as experience? What? Guess they wouldn't count it when you comment on the mod page suggesting stuff. I mean, sure, that isn't programming experience. That makes a lot of sense if that's what you mean. But it's like, I've never been employed anywhere at all, which is my hugest disadvantage at this stage. But to give you a bit of context in this country at least, I don't know where you're from, of course. But in this country, like, you can be 29 years old like I am right now. Well, technically 28 about. Without ever having worked a single day in your life and been able to financially support yourself up to that stage. Like, that's not an issue. It's very much possible for anyone willing to, you know, undergo a long educational process and stuff. And the societal, what do you want to call it? Not stigma, but like the general the thought process is that they want you to get through your educations as fast as humanly possible. Not just so that you can get out and working, but also to make your education relevant for longer. Because the longer you spend not working after getting, you know, whatever degree or level of education, the less relevant it's going to be, because things change and become more and more advanced as we go on. But it's just like the earliest feasible time I could do that was at the age of, like, you know, what was I, 27 or something? Which means all those years that you're working on your education, that's like, if you want to come out on the other side and have a better shot at getting a job, you basically need to be working double time. From what I've been noticing. Like, if you didn't have a student job while you had the option to do so, or if you didn't have like a low paid job when you were below 18, like you know, all that work experience is something you hadn't accumulated, and apparently that just counts for way more than having worked on your own stuff for like years on end. But yeah. Yeah, I'm a master of my trade, but that isn't enough. Thank you for nothing, I guess. Exactly. Yeah, your education was 5 years. Yeah. And it's like a lot of time spent on education, and then to come out on the other end and then have some game developers, indie game developers, tell you that, oh yeah, I actually don't even care what kind of educational level you have. Anyone can have a university's degree. Like, I've literally been told that when I asked about it. And it's fair that that's the way that those particular people look at it, but it just seems so fucking insane to me that an employer wouldn't would completely ignore any kind of education you have simply because it's so common around here to have a university degree that it's almost worthless in terms of actually getting a job. Because how are you gonna outcompete everyone else if they have the same qualifications as you, on paper anyway? Working 60 to 80 hours a week is quite normal right when you're done, and you have to do that just because it's good on your CV. Yeah, it's like, you know, in my case, I've made a entirely functioning video game, albeit in like a demo stage, but you know, all the core systems for a video game with saving, loading, everything included, and you can play it indefinitely. Like, I've made that all on my own. But even as much as I try and always include that as much as possible and highlight it when I make applications, I've never really get any direct feedback about the game. Only when I'm talking to people who are not in the employment, like responsible for employment. I've had a few instances where they're like, oh yeah, this looks really great and stuff, but it still hasn't landed me a job. I mean, geez, like what more do you ask of me in order to become hired as a game developer? Like, I know a lot of people say like, oh, you need to partake in game jams and basically make 100 video games before you can even consider being chosen for a job position, but then how are other people getting into game development programming if they've only like, if they've never been hired in the industry before? Like, am I just really that shitty at selling myself maybe? I don't know. Or are they just, what do you call it? Oh, there's a good Danish phrase for it. Like they're making their skill set seem more than what it might actually be. Like they're propping it up, or how do you say that? Basically make it look better than it actually is, right? And I get it, you know, you're supposed to sell yourself and stuff, but I also want to be honest at the same time, because I don't know, maybe I'm just being too honest. Oh, nice. I got an MSc. Oh, nice. I can also drive my car in reverse gear. Wait, what? Yeah. Oh, hey, Rubabas. Welcome back to the stream. I've been hearing the same thing too, though, when in relation to that thing I mentioned earlier, where the person who also said that you need to having an education on your CV doesn't matter, but what does matter is that you over exaggerate on your skills, if you will. Oh my god, no! Ah, shit. Okay, we gotta put these in before something bad happens. Ah, god damn it. Why, Varric? You're really trying to nuke this colony into absolute nothingness, aren't you? Okay, we're 5. Jeez. So what were they? Looks good straighter. We just did that. Oh yeah, we need to urgently haul those. Silver can wait though. Dude. God damn it. Don't encourage him, Kevin. God damn it. Ah, where do we put these? Shit. Well, the good news is that we probably won't have to worry about power for a long time now. But shit, where do we put these? Fuck. God damn it. Collection isn't complete yet. Oh, look at my collection. Oh, this is dumb. He encouraged you. Oh my god. Yeah, because it's something that everyone should be able to do, is what you mean with it not counting for anything? Is that what you mean? Just to make sure that I understand that correctly. Where do we put... Crap. Where do we put the rest now? I mean, we could put some on the outside of this building here. Or maybe it's... Would it be too sketchy if we build it into the walls on the outsides? Because that would be like a pretty scary thing to go wrong. Shit. But that's the... I mean, there's also the whole thing about educations in Denmark where... Gave up? Wait, what? Final straw was starving. Why are they starving though? Is that because they were in the hospital? No. There's only moderate malnutrition. Come on, pull yourself together. Dude, look at all this food we have. What? They have almost no defects. What? Squeeze me? I don't agree with that. So, do we care about them leaving? That's the next question. Kinda. Yeah, I kinda care. Giving up and leaving, Jesus. Oh wait, we can maybe calm them down so maybe they won't leave. Who's our highest social skills? That Hiroko or Hoff? Oh, Alberto. Well, Alberto's impaired still, so... Where's Hoff? He's here. It's a bit far away. And where's Hiroko? Well, not really that close. We might as well use the better one then. Wait, what? Why can we not do that with Hoff? Am I missing something here? Oh, that's probably because they are... Shit. Huh. Maybe I can control that? Oh, I can. There we go. It's like a mod that allows you to calm them down instead of when they're having a breakdown, so that you know, you can deal it in a social way instead of forcefully arresting them, which is always a little bit extreme. Failed to calm them down. Well, now we don't have a choice. Yeep. Riot, shoot them. I mean, we don't have any non-lethal weapons though. This is feeling depressed. Oh shit, they've been a night owl all this time and I never sit there. Oh, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Oh well. Let's get all these things moved out of here. So, how much resistance? Only 16. Don't have any inspired recruitment. That always happens when you need it, doesn't it? Lethal works. I have actually been contemplating on adding one of those. There's been a lot of, or not a lot, but there's at least been 2 mods coming out that adds non-lethal weaponry to the game. So I assume they should like, or also just less than lethal. There's a important distinction, I suppose. But okay, now that that's dealt with, where were we? So yeah, the whole development thing, like, I honestly don't know what's expected of you at this point. And it's just so wild to me that education has become this double-edged sword. Oh, right, now I remember where I was going with it. So the thing about education in Denmark is that not only is it super common to have a high level of education these days, but there's also a lot of educations out there, period. So that creates this interesting and scary problem where not only is it super common for a lot of people to be educated, but figuring out what the different educations do, also as like from the employer's side, I can see becoming a problem as well. You know, to a point where when I was still doing my master's, and actually even started when I was still doing my bachelor, we read some news that there was what's the Danish translation? Is it humanitarian or humanistic? There was definitely there was like a different university-based education that was getting shut down because what was it again? Like the validity of its content was questionable at most. Like what you would gain, the positive net gain of it was questionable. And we've, from our education, like been jabbing at humanities. Yeah, I think that's what it is. That sounds about right. It's like very soft, not very scientific based education. And we tended to do like jabs, you know, at them because it was this, is this even an education kind of mentality, you know? To the point where in an official capacity, I guess, the entire education was shut down because it didn't provide anything beneficial to people. And you couldn't really get a job with an education like that. Okay, plague. Jeez. Okay. Good thing we've got a bit of an improved hospital, but still. Okay, we'll need to monitor this just to make sure that they all get like treated. Been treated, it's not been treated. Is Lover taking care of it? He is. Yeah, let's focus on this first. Okay, so Teddy is treating Lover. And then Lover is treating a Pikachu. Should be okay now. At least with all these medical facilities we have here, including the you know, the beds and the medicine. Just making sure to look at the grazing zones for a moment here. Seems okay. So how far behind are they on this? Let's see, 16% plague, 14% immunity. Okay, it should be okay. And 17 and 17. Okay, very good. Yeah, I just read your Kevin. I just read your examples on, you know, your education, like data technician, data mathematician, software developer, software engineer, data metist, not mathematician. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, besides the paycheck. And the thing is, like, I come from meteorology, which the most positions that people from my educations that they land in are programming related positions as well. So in theory you would have to add meteorology to that list. It's just our knowledge field is much broader, which can be a benefit when it comes to programming, because we have more sort of areas of experience to pull from when it comes to a job position where you need that kind of expertise. It's just, you know, if it's like in your case something very, very specific and much more in-depth hardcore programming, I assume at least, then having someone who's specialized within the field also makes plenty of sense. Collection of fortune, brain wiring. Because that's just picking something up most likely. Psychic soothe, another ambrosia sprout. Jeez, and it's like in the middle of winter. These keep happening. Crazy. Yeah, exactly. You have more practical experience. I mean, yeah. So it depends quite a lot. That's the main thing about meteorology that gets, I suppose, employers a little bit worried maybe, is that we are so broad in our expertise field that when we do projects on our courses, like for instance on meteorology, you have a semester project every single semester, and it's recommended to always be a group project, and it's also recommended that, you know, you're not too few people. So especially on the first couple years, there's a good chance that you will be in a group of, you know, 5 to 6 people. It's not until the third year and moving into the master that your team size gets reduced to about 3 people maybe. It, you know, your mileage is gonna vary from what do you call it, year to year, you know. But the general gist is that it results in a team composition where not everyone gets to just do programming, not just because they don't want to, maybe to the same degree as someone else, but because in order to get the project done on time, you need to split up the work effort into the different aspects. And because you're not trained in programming that early on to begin with, you know, managing a programming project between 6 people or 7 people is a fucking nightmare, because you haven't developed the tools necessary in order to do that yet. And it'll just negative, like my experience at least has just been that it negatively impacts your progress to the point that if everyone were to actually do programming as it's kind of expected everyone to do, you just wouldn't be able to finish the project on time and to a quality level that would give you a good grade, which sounds like sort of, you know, inverse of what it should be. But that's just because, you know, in the university you need to write all these scientific parts of your project as well, and someone has to do that, write it over, correct it, and you know, you get bonked if you have a lot of spelling mistakes, if your explanations aren't written in a certain way. Like, there's so many different technical aspects to writing scientific documents that just takes the focus away from the practical experiences. And I mean, we had so many theoretical courses which did involve a lot of personal exercises, but it's nowhere near the same level, I wouldn't imagine, as a software engineer. 16 man hunting deer. Would we be interested in any of this, though? This could be fun. That's why you didn't go to uni? Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, you've always struck me as a more practically minded person anyway. But heck, even for the courses, I mean, and this is something that I don't agree with, but it is what it was. Some of the courses even had group hand-ins, to the point where it was, you need to do a hand-in in order to be eligible for the exam, and then when you and you know, you didn't have to be the one writing the code, mind you, because it wasn't an exam that was focused around your hand-in. It was a theoretical exam about the content of the course, which means in those instances, because we were just running out of time, we had one person do the exam project on their own in a group of 6, meaning that only one person actually got the practical experience of writing the code, and then everyone else was focusing down on the project itself, the semester project. And then for the exam, you would just read up on the theory and look through the code that one person wrote. That's just so bad, honestly. Software engineer, I mean, with software engineer, knowing what Carsten talked about anyway. Oh, here comes the deer, I suppose. Okay. 16 deer. Is anyone outside? Nope. Okay, so they should basically get themselves killed if we're lucky. But yeah, with software engineer, it was like also required that you do things that you would probably not enjoy. Like, there was a lot of designing involved. That's one of the things Carsten didn't enjoy, for instance. You also needed at some point to do statistics, if I recall, but that's related to the scientific analyses for your programs and writing the reports and all that stuff. Should we maybe just hold on, instead of having Jericho drafted, let's just remove his hunting designation for now. That's probably a bit easier. But yeah, they asked quite a lot of you in terms of things that were not programming specific. And then when it came to the actual programming, I can't remember how I think he said it this way, that each semester they had, like, part of the whole education was that each semester basically you would have to learn a total of 3 new programming languages that you'd never heard about before. Because it's all about knowing the variety and the similarities between the different types of programming on that education, from what I could tell. Oh, this deer's gonna have a bad time. But that's the general gist of it anyway. Okay, hopefully the rest is gonna come in now. And like, in comparison, we had also all kinds of programming languages to deal with, but it was like a completely different type of programming. Like, for instance, you know, there's the statistics programming language, which is called R, which they also had to deal with, as far as I remember. We also did signal processing, which was... what programming language was that again? I remember it being a visual programming language. I can't remember the name of it. But that's the thing though, it's very different to do a visual programming language as opposed to one that's entirely text-based, because there still seems to be, to me, this well, still there is this stigma still that visual programming doesn't get counted as programming experience from, you know, a lot of developers out there. Even though, like, it's becoming, at least from my point of view, it's becoming more and more relevant. Especially now that visual programming is everywhere. I mean, if you want to get started with the Unreal Engine, you know, you almost can't avoid visual programming. Because that's how their built-in shader system works, if I remember correctly. And you know, that's, even if it's visual programming, it's still experience with programming at the end of the day. Because, you know, it's funny to me, because the whole thing about software engineer, that the reason why they need to go through all these different types of programming languages is in order to get enough variety so that they can analyze problems within programming languages regardless of what kind it is. Like, it might be, you might end up working with something you've never heard about, but because you've worked with something very similar to it, you know, all of a sudden you might be able to work with it. But then visual programming is the same thing. It still improves your ability to code, even outside of visual programming languages, so why doesn't that count as well? But that's just my personal opinion, of course. You still remember the first time I told you about my programming? Well, my programming in relation to what though? Like, my current skills, or what I've been working on in the past, or are we talking specifically the visual stuff? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the whole way that I got started with programming anything was through a visual programming language, or actually programming languages. because that's what you use in the Warcraft 3 editor. It's still logic programming. It's just within their own system. Why did they die from the plague? Oh, okay. Well, that's a bummer. Rip Savala. Crap. That's interesting. Weren't they were a prisoner? Why are they considered part of the colony though? Hold on. Yeah, it says faction Grey Wolves, but they were a prisoner. Huh? That's peculiar. Oh well. Yeah, it was the right guy. Oh, how skeptic you were. Yeah. But like, when I started programming for the first time, that was way back in like grade school when Carsten and I were messing around with Game Maker. And that was, in the beginning, entirely visual programming. Because we didn't know programming at all. We just wanted to make video games. Because we were so infatuated with video games, period. And I just started finding out like how to make video games through Game Maker, and it was just honestly so intuitive to use that back then I didn't use tutorials from what I remember, at least not to learn the basics of Game Maker. Remember, this is also, you know, earlier years of YouTube, so Game Maker was very new back then. But I did still like get into some programming like that, like text-based programming, simply because, you know, when you can't get the things to work in a certain way or make some advanced function, you start looking up stuff, and then people, you know, want to do it in a certain way, and then you just have to adapt. It's like I made like a scrolling shooter game with the engine, and it. What? Oh, Jesus. There's still a man hunting doe and out here. Come on, Amopeka, you can do it. Stop missing. Well, I guess your melee skill is trash, but still. God fucking damn it. I should have seen that coming. Oi, I said you're useless because of your melee skill. So it's more like your melee skill is useless in actually hitting this doe, apparently, even if it's quite a big target. Oh. Okay, that way. You are useless. Well, we got the reward things. Hi, useless. I'm Kevin. Dad, I'm hungry. Hi, hungry. I'm Dad. It's like the most cheeky reply you could possibly come up with. But yeah, what did I work with afterwards? Because I made Age of Empires and Red Alert maps back then, but that was early level design. Kind of where I got started. I remember when I started using the level editor for Age of Empires 2, and I showed it to my mom, and she was like, "Oh, but that's like, why would you make the map like that? That's like so unfair, and you're just cheating and giving yourself all the good resources." And I was like, huh, I mean, she makes a lot of sense. You know, I was just messing around back then. And that was like back in grade school too. It's ages ago. Okay, he should be okay now. Tell you what though, we need someone dedicated for cleaning. Well, guess we got a dedicated cleaner who kind of aren't here right now. Oh, they can't do cleaning anyway. Shit. Well then, who do we put on cleaning duty? Hiroko, you're doing social stuff. Could just put the cleaning duty up in a higher priority for people, just so that they would help out each other more frequently. I mean, female ammo pick I can't. Oh yeah, right, Kevin. I can actually rename colonists. I forgot about that. So, if you want me to rename your female colonist, I can actually make that happen. I totally forgot to mention that. Where is it again? Bio. So let me know if you would like to change it, just so we don't have two amo pekas. Gotta love the green color here. So how are we actually doing on the power generation now? 8.4 kilowatts from the unstable power cells. We get more power out of those than our geothermal generators. Though it did say we only were running 2. Which is these. Oh yeah, we only have 3 vents anyway. I mean, you said it was your girlfriend, but well, I seem to recall you said that it was your girlfriend or whatever. Just, oh yeah, I forgot. She's kind of married to Mopi's character. No, wait, she's the lover of Mopi's character. Dorian Dinijam is like an ally, though. Oh, yeah. I knew there was something between those two. What the fuck? Hang him. Not the cold. Good thing we were prepared for that. See, what's the temperature in here? 19. That should be more than fine. Ah, right. So we have this upper bound amount of cloth, so we only store up to 2,000 cloth, which is why this cotton field is not being planted at. But I guess we could make that into Devil Strand now that we have a good supply of cloth again. Since we still have these 2 cotton growing zones, which should be more than adequate enough. And they've finished these hampers, so why don't we... Yeah, textiles. There we go. Keep those as critical. Paste the settings. But yeah, I didn't do any programming in like scripting stuff in Age of Empires, which you technically could have done back then. You know, I mainly just focused around on making multiplayer levels just for fun. it was also just interesting to mess with the tools, and back then I was also just so infatuated with the game. It's like, oh, what are all these units? Because I wasn't that good at it, so it was also an alternative way of like seeing things that you normally didn't get to see. And I also started thinking like, oh, like I really liked building castle towns in Age of Empires. So having that option in the level editor gave me a lot of training. Wish you went into programming earlier. I mean, it would maybe have meant that you would have found your passion sooner, but not necessarily mean that you would be a better programmer, though. So what if we did something like this? You can probably guess what this is for. Yeah, I can see, like, it makes a huge difference in terms of actually learning the syntax of programming, but remember, a big part of being a good programmer is your thought process. Like thinking as a programmer more so than actually being able to understand the syntax. I think there's a valuable lesson learned when it comes to how Westwood Studios, for instance, hired people back in the day when they still were around. At least I remember reading, like, this is fucking years ago, because I was like, you know, interested in to see, okay, what do you like, you know, what do developers say and such. And they said that their hiring process for making Command and Conquer back then was that they needed artists in order to make all the artwork for the game. But back then, people didn't really have that much programming experience, even as an artist. And as they said, their hiring process was that they would rather focus on people having the art skills and the programming skills, because they could teach you how to operate the systems and doing the artwork, drawing programs, all those things. But they couldn't teach you how to do good art. And that's why they hired people who were really good at doing artwork rather than their technical experiences. Which to me just makes a whole lot of logical sense. Like, why would you hire someone who already knows how to operate your systems if you need someone to do the artwork? And I think that's probably why some companies still today, like, will also hire people outside of the programming experience field, simply because they bring some different experience to the table that they themselves wouldn't be able to provide or account for. And it also means that they get some different perspectives on the problems that they have to deal with, say, which in some cases can result in a better outcome, if you know what I mean. And the same comes to when it's about programming, like if you're doing hardcore stuff. You can have all the pre-existing experience you want, but if you don't have the what do you call it? ability to adapt, let's call it, then someone else might still be better at it even if they don't have all the pre-existing experience. So like for instance in your case you have, and myself as well, we both have like more varied experiences because we've been trying different things than beelining for a specific thing. Because even though you've taken the education, you've done stuff prior to that that wasn't programming related at all. Just as an example. And that gives you, you know, more varied experience. So what was I thinking? Is it in zones? Yeah, ground clearing. All this snow is making our colonists works hella slow. So let's at least get that sorted. Oh, colonists returned. Excellent. Return after helping them set up a hospital. Cool. Well, now we've got all our people back. Broad knowledge is your middle name. Yeah. And that's just a good thing, you know, because it doesn't just improve your expertise and ability to adapt, but it also improves you as a person, you know. It makes you capable of relating better to other people. I mean, if you were, for instance, to work in the support industry, having wider experience would also, to from my point of view at least, be beneficial, even if it's not you know, necessarily related to the field in which you're supporting. So let's get all this ground cleared. It's a bit annoying because I can't see and recall where the ground tiles are, and I don't think we can. Nope, can't see the terrain affordances. Well, guess we just gotta eyeball it until we get into hot season again. That will save you a lot of headaches. Yeah. And this is where the job center would tell you that you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket and continue to apply for jobs and look for jobs. Like, you know, there's no, like, you basically wouldn't be getting this job. It's just nerve-wracking. Like, I can definitely, those situations, fuck. I still do. Yeah, it's like I'm thinking about at one point when I went to Copenhagen for a job position there, and they it was like the fucking perfect job for me, especially to get started into the games industry. They needed someone to migrate assets from, what was it? Was it C# Unity into JavaScript? Something. It was at least migrating visual assets from one work environment or one's like environment into another, which meant a lot of repetitive work, manual labor, because you couldn't really automate the process, which working with assets is something that I've grown so accustomed to that, you know, I would have been the perfect person for it. And I remember I'm pretty sure I talked to you about this this job interview I went for, but yeah, I guess I'll just rephrase it for people who don't know about it. So basically, I went there and we had a really nice talk, and I was super hopeful for it because it's like, okay, this is a 100% like me kind of job. I don't mind doing repetitive work, and one of their main concerns as an employer was that they wanted to make sure that they hired someone who wouldn't lose motivation to keep working on this, because we're talking about manually converting over hundreds of assets. And I just thought to myself, okay, there's like such a good chance that I'm getting this job, because not a lot of people are gonna be interested in dealing with what's, you know, this kind of tedious job. But anyway, so, you know, I wait for the reply and everything and hope, you know, that I get the job. And then they end up not writing me back, and I don't get the job. You know, it should be pretty evident. And their reasoning is that the job description changed, like their needs, or their agreed upon needs, changed after they'd done all the interviews. And instead of doing another set of interviews, or where they would focus down on the new, because it was like some radically different things they required all of a sudden, they just decided to go with the interviews they'd already done and the knowledge they'd gained from those interviews. And basically the position had changed to a more high-level programming related position. So the person both needed to be able to migrate the assets, which means you need to have a lot of practical experience working within the you know, 3D modeling software and doing conversions and making sure that everything gets you know, converted correctly. But you also needed to be able to program JavaScript stuff to a high level degree even. I just couldn't get over that. It sounded so weird to me. Because I get that you might have gotten some different like needs. Like it might have gotten more, because they've had the need the entire time, but it might have gotten more obvious what needs they might have had after they did the interviews, because they've been talking internally about it. But I don't get why they wouldn't do a second set of interviews, because wouldn't that just mean that you don't necessarily get the people that you actually want, but you're making a compromise, thinking like, oh, okay, we didn't originally ask people into their programming languages experience specifically, like they asked about it, but because it's wasn't the focus of the conversation, you know, I didn't put a lot of weight into those skills as much as I did everything else. And most of what we were talking about were like, as I say, the willingness to continue working on this, the motivation factor. That's what they were focusing on. Not how many years of experience in programming you had, not like to what degree you could program, what languages you know, what you've made in the past. No programming examples, none of that. So weird. I mean, not necessarily mediocre capabilities. And hi, Dennis. I assume that's you, given the Twitch handle. But yeah, it's that's how I viewed it as well. It's like, okay, well, we don't want to spend more resources and time in interviewing people, so let's just take the best of what we got. And the thing is, they were taking people into a second conversation still. They just decided to not continue with me for some reason. So it's not like they necessarily hired based of their first set of interviews, but they still filtered people out through that process, which, yeah, that's their loss, I suppose. Okay, so we have a bit of an interesting situation here. So we need to research pulse-charged munitions, which is spacer tech, in order to research the last free industrial tech stuffs. So I guess we just gotta do that. Might as well. Everything's gonna be expensive regardless. But hey, Dennis, it's been a while. Haven't talked to you for ages. Hope you're doing well. Been busy. I mean, I do occasionally see digital devotion updates hit my Facebook feed, so I'm not completely out of the loop on how you guys are progressing in that regard. Garrison. Oh, okay. I was a little bit worried about their age, but this doesn't seem like they have any permanent things. Whoa, dude, look at all these passions. Holy shit. Oh, okay, refugee empire. So it's not even, it's not likely that they'll join us, but holy shit, that's a pretty amazing stat line. Gourmand isn't like a completely terrible skill, it's like kind of a trade-off. Because I remember correctly, they eat more, right? Yeah, their hunger rate is increased by 50%, but they also cook food better. Actually, it's just for cooking skill. Yes, Kevin Lee, Dennis. Yeah. Oh, cool, you got funding. That's pretty nice. I wish I had that kind of situation going, but oh well. I am a bit envious, not gonna lie. Exotic goods tradership. See what they have on offer. Armor skin gland. Yeah, so this increases their toughness or whatever, but makes them uglier to look at. Should we get it though? Isn't exactly... Well, we could get rid of some of these things just to get a bit extra silver. Sell some beer. It's kind of not... I don't know why beer would be exotic, but guess it kind of is. $60 hours a week, jeez. What's that even? $12 hours a day, assuming you only work weekdays. Ouch. That's holy shit. But no wonder I haven't heard from you in quite a while. If you're working that many hours on average, that's no wonder you don't get time to talk with people. Assuming you don't, though. Not that I've been talking to a lot of the other... everyone else who's... like even Henrik I haven't talked to in like ages. But that's life. I mean, that's a bit of a generic statement though, Kevin. I mean, a huge difference. It could be both positive and negative though, right? Wow. So Henrik has really just completely isolated himself from everyone else that he used to know, it feels like. Well, that's his decision. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I assumed you would be working weekends too. Because 12 hours working a day, like, holy shit. That's like the kind of shit you get burned out from. 30 cooking area, yeah. Kinda need to get that whole cleaning situation corrected, don't we? So I guess there's no other choice than finding someone dedicated into cleaning. But who should that be? But I mean, I guess you can say hi to Henrik from us when you do the next game jam or hang out with him. Yeah. And I kind of did assume that you were still hanging out with Danny and like that social circle, if you will. But I can definitely feel that we've all been like moving a bit away from each other into our own like segregated social circles a bit more. Why are they lying down? Oh, food poisoning. And he doesn't have a right arm. Do we even... No. Oh, shoot. Actually... should have the option to make... Yes. Prosthetic arms and legs. Do until we have 2 maybe? 2 of each. But those... I want to say above making simple helmets. But yeah, I guess they are a little bit more of a pressing matter. What do you mean we're not friends anymore, Kevin? Peter or Karsten? Yep, that's pretty accurate. I know Peter talks with my mom like still quite regularly, but you know, he's also helping her out with some of her hardware setups, so I mean, a year ago or so is still a long time though, but yeah. Oh, we moved into other social bubbles talk. Ah. I mean, it's not so much... Yeah, I don't know how you would put it, but it's like... yeah, we're all friends, you know, across. But there's just those people that you don't hang out with on a regular basis. And I mean, I've also gotten to know new people while living up here that none of those other social circles know about, apart from a few. God damn it, social fighting. Transport pod crash. Herman. Okay. Bloodlust and lazy transhumanist. I mean, bloodlust shouldn't be a problem as long as they happy. Yeah, let's give it a go. What happened with Garrison here? They're probably not gonna stay in the colony, sadly. Yeah, it's more we have to select who we spend time with. Yeah. Not friends. Yeah, I understood that. What you're saying is that we're not worth spending time with. Yeah, I mean, obviously I have that luxury right now still to spend a lot of time with people. And I try like hanging out with people that are more easier, more approachable, I don't know. Like it's easy for me to hang out with Andreas, Björn, Morten, all those people, because they all hang out in the same Discord very frequently. So if ever I feel like it's been a while since I hung out with them, Lasse too, I can just hop over into their Discord and they'll most likely all be there. Oh, Herman died. No one treated him in time. It happens. We did our best. Or maybe not our best, but we did something. God damn it, freaking infections. Go to the hospital, please. Yeah, easier to spend time with people you're around. I mean, I'm not really around people though. Like the main person, and I do mean person that I spend most of my time with, is Peter these days. And we both hang out in the same Discord together. But I mean, he's also started working on a job again, so chances are that that's also gonna be toned down a little bit more than what it used to be. Okay, so didn't we have one spare. All right, I moved it in here, but let's reinstall that over here just because I'm not too comfortable with having it out in the open here. Hermit. I mean, Bo and I were both worried about that when Carsten moved out of our apartment that he would just completely become a hermit and isolate himself entirely almost. I don't think that's entirely the case. I believe that Bo and Carsten still hang out on occasion. But like I haven't seen Carsten that much since he said that he didn't want to make video games anymore. Which basically also translates to when he finished, since he finished his education. Because of course when we were still making video games, I did go and visit him out in the eastern part when we were doing some of those things on occasion. And at the time I did also live with Bo still, so you know, we still had those drinking days where we went to the old games pub together. Haven't done that in like fucking ages too. Makes more sense now, but you know, even before the pandemic. Yeah, that is life. Yeah, making the first step of making contact is tough for us. Yeah, that's true. I think it's also something to do with the fact that our social circles are quite big. Like if you really were to map out all the people collectively that we know together from LARPing, school, and you know, hanging out together during LAN parties and that kind of stuff. There's just so many people already there that you would have to schedule it on a yearly basis if you wanted to hang out with everyone throughout the year. Because everyone has like times during the year when they're going to be preoccupied. Like for instance, summer, you know, there's the LARPers who go to all kinds of LARPing events where you just can't catch them, period. Just as one example. And then added on the fact that, you know, we're all hanging out in different places. Makes a huge change. But oh well, we do get our opportunities once in a while, don't we? Yeah, Kevin, you're right. But then, like you say as well, it's like, you know, our friendships are that great at this point. And, you know, it's something to be proud of, I feel. That we can be friends in that way. Not just you and me, but everyone else as well. Where we can stay apart for what seems like forever and still like hang out with each other on occasions like this. We're family. Oh, don't get soft on me, please. Oh yeah, the car availability, but hasn't that always been a fucking thing though? Like, fucking doing our own arranged LAN parties and stuff. It was always a matter of, well, so how do we move our shit around? Can you help pick me up and all that thing? All those things. But I mean, that's how friendships are established and grown. And heck, that's even how I've gotten to know some new people around here as well. Because believe it or not, I still go to LAN parties. And I've learned some interesting people on that scene, like developers and that kind of stuff. What? But it's still the age-old problem of who do we have who can help us transport all this shit in a car. It's like, not the last time I went on a LAN party, but it must have been 3 LAN parties ago. I did my introduction to a new blood in that LAN party was him picking me up in his car, driving both of us to the LAN party. That was pretty interesting. Bjarke, yeah. I mean, he was probably the most adult out of all of us when it came to that thing. Me at 42 years old. Mom, there's this LAN party in Oldball. Can you maybe drive me up there? Sure, it's only gonna take like 3 hours one way, so... Oh my god. I still remember, I still feel sorry for some of the shit my mom's had to put up with sometimes. I remember that one LAN party, Bredbro Lane, where we went there, and it was in the earlier days when you were allowed to have speakers for special occasions, and I had asked about it preemptively, so I had brought my speakers so that I could have a Guitar Hero setup that people could come and, like, you know, hang out with. Just, you know, a personal thing. And I freaking forgot the jack cable for the speakers, so I couldn't hook it up to my computer. And I asked my mom pretty please if she could go back home, find the cable, and bring it back. She fucking did it. Like, that's oh man, like that's an incredible mom right there. Like, you know, she absolutely did not have to do that, but she did. Yeah, and that situation, Kevin, with Martin driving your PC all the way up here, but that was also like an extreme situation. Like, could you imagine though if you just had to spend those 2 months out in its entirety without your PC at your disposal? We're like so freaking tied to our computers and everything involved on it that it's like, I couldn't imagine being that long without. I mean, you know, unless you were taking a vacation or deliberately taking a break off of your PC. Was it 3 months? Like total? Yeah. And like these days, I basically convince Peter, like I've convinced him to partake in these LAN parties down here, up here. I say down here because, you know, he lives further up still, but you know, part of the strategy was to get him introduced to the LAN parties, both because I thought he would fit in really well with the type of people that, you know, because LAN parties is the mood of a LAN party also depends on the people participating in it. But anyway, like, I wanted to invite him because I thought he would fit in, and also because I needed someone to help transport shit around. I mean, because I live in the city, I could offer sleeping spaces, obviously. We hang out so often anyways that it's been a good time. It's a good time indeed. Yeah, I couldn't really tell that tell that bit without it sounding like I was exploiting him, could I? There's just no way. But it's also because let's just say that the people who come to this LAN party are very special. It's the kind of LAN party where you get to be like 10-year-olds for a weekend. It's kind of terrible if you look at it from the outside, but it's great fun. Sure, Dennis, I hope so. I mean, eventually you guys will also have some kind of game development studio related event, right? I mean, eventually you're gonna have a game that's released. And don't just keep it to yourselves. You sure you want to join, Kevin? So can I maybe move in? Yeah, I mean, in your situation too, like, you've been living so many years without something that is truly your own. You know, obviously you're sharing it still. But, you know, something that is a proper living conditions, maybe is a better way to put it. So, you know, I don't blame you for... I wouldn't blame you, put it past you, or blame you for, like, having that, can I please move in? And, you know, it's based on the circumstances, you know. And I know you well enough as a person that had she said no for now, you know, you would have been fine with it. Or accepted her decision, let's put it like that. This research is taking forever though. But then again, it is spacer tech stuff. Sowing is enabled, so growing season is here now. Okay. They're just not prioritizing it? Or is it because they're not allowed to grow that stuff inside? Oh, right, it's because you need a high enough sewing skill. Yeah, not a lot of people have those, so if we take Giggles, they would be able to do it. Alright, Dennis, bye-bye. Well, Kevin, I maybe wouldn't put it that to such an extreme. It would more be like, or I would imagine it would be more along the lines that, I really appreciate the thought and I really like you, but maybe, you know, right now would not be the best time, for instance, just as an example. What? Okay, so we're just getting some random bloke now? Oh no. Oh no. Oh my goodness. What is this? They can't fight. They can't do dumb labor, which I'm pretty sure includes firefighting? Does it? Yeah, right? Oh wait, Korish. No, okay, fire. Okay, they can do firefighting. Dude, what is this? What the frick? Ultimate test of your relationship, yeah. Dude, like, okay, Missany here is the absolute, like, the worst colonist that you can buy through the RimConnect store, right? But even she has at least the ability to do everything except firefighting and violence. And of course they have a bunch of detrimental traits, but I mean, dude, you can literally only do like a small hand. Look at this. Look how few things we can actually put them at. They can make artwork. Great. They can do handling. They can handle animals, and they can do wardening. Literally the only productive thing they can do is artwork. Like, literally. Because warden, I mean, not get me wrong, wardening is still doing work, but it's a situational thing. Handling is kind of done, you know, for a lot of time because you're harvesting resources like milking them. But damn. And he's already fucking, holy shit, he doesn't waste any time. What the frick? Dude, he's already gotten into a relationship with Giggles. What is this character? What the... This is insane. I mean, we can't even equip them with weapons. That doesn't really matter either. Dude. One of those hipster artists. I don't even... What's their background even like? God damn. Organ farm. Raised in an illegal underground organ farm, his body was used to grow organic implants for wounded mercenaries. Though his upbringing has left him haunted, it has also given him a unique understanding of human biology. So why does that disable hunting though? What? Why? Why would you be unable to hunt, period, because you grew up in... Okay, I'm not gonna question that. And then there are a model. Oh dear god, this is where all the restrictions come in. Korish modeled clothes and jewelry for advertisers and was also used as a physical blueprint for characters in virtual reality simulations. This is probably one of the fucking worst adulthood backgrounds you can possibly have. What is this? Like, this one thing disables all of that. What the actual flying fuck? Hipster art doctor? Hipster art model, more like. Dude. Actually ridiculous. Well, at least we have someone dedicated at making freaking artwork in our art bench, I suppose. Damn. At what cost? Like, if we get attacked, they'll be useless in any way, shape, or form. They can't carry colonists to safety. They can't fight off enemies. They can't fight fires set off by exploding things. And they can't tend to people. The only thing they can do is feed them when they get injured. That's the only thing in a combat scenario that they can actually help with. Like, fucking mind blown. Doctor because of medical +2. I guess. I mean, the background, they get the doctoring because of the being raised as an organ harvesting body, but Jesus, this is so crazy. Yeah, he's got medical 5 and he can't use it. Like, see, his medical is disabled because he's a model. So it's a completely useless bonus. which does happen. So because they were a model, that's where they get the artistic and social skills from. So I guess you can use them when bartering as well, but that means you would have to bring someone who's otherwise completely useless if you're out on the world map in order to do the trades. I've never seen something this insane before. I'm surprised that this worst fucking colonist isn't a dude. That would have been so bad. +5 in sales assistant spec bakery and not using it. Yeah. Dude. I'm just flabbergasted. And they came into the colony and immediately became lovers with someone. Like, what? Apparently you chatted about dragons with him. I mean, that's the one thing, I guess, because he has almost nothing else to work on. He'll be socializing with all the colonists. Does that improve his social skill? I don't know. But yeah, so they can't hardly do anything. That is just so crazy. So Alberto was our previous artist, which let's change that so there's no other way. Like, Korish has to become our dedicated fucking artist. There's just nothing else for them to do. Damn. They can't do cleaning either, so sounds like a waste of education, cough. I mean, what do you call my education then? Based off of the previous discussion where I was told by someone that they don't even consider it. Zone. Spent ground clearing. I assume that this is how it's set up. You're not even gonna answer that. Yeah. Because you probably couldn't without it sounding not necessarily offensive, but oh well. Oh yeah, we do have one going across here. So I assume it was something like this. Oh, can we actually, does that actually... Okay. So we can technically see the pathways because they still give off beauty even though they're covered by snow. That's a bit interesting. Well, I guess that's one way to figure it out. But that's only because it's marble flooring. If it hadn't been, then we wouldn't have been able to. Let's do like this. Haha. It's like a 9,000 IQ move. Probably not. Seems like something pretty obvious. Okay, you'll play a bit of CSGO. Yeah, I mean, I've got another hour at least I would like to continue playing for at least another hour. By the way, yeah, it's always nice to chat with you. I mean, the same way over, right? And I did ask. I had a talk with Peter yesterday, talking about the whole arc thing, and he sounded interested in doing like a stream together thing with you and me. Not necessarily that we're all streaming it, but you know, streaming it while like that we are playing together while it is being streamed. So you know, Peter, it's gonna knowing his past experience with that game and his way of talking about things, it can only become an interesting experience for sure. Of course, you know, we'll have to plan it out. Coming this Christmas. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Because you're trying to get settled into a job and moving and all those things, so yeah, I imagine you'll probably have a hard time participating. But we could just, and you know, you can think about this, but I assume it's okay that Peter and I start playing this without you potentially, and then you can always just drop in whenever you feel like it, because most likely we're gonna set it up as a server so that it's not gonna be like, oh, we're only gonna be able to play when one person is online. Sure, I'll keep you updated for sure. I mean, it's not like I imagine it would pass you by if Peter and if I'm streaming a session playing along with him, you know, so. But yeah, thanks for dropping by the stream again today. It does mean a lot for me. Definitely does. And that really goes for anyone who's popping by. It's just, you know, sitting and streaming for 4 hours with no one coming in to say hi even. That's a bit rough. So it's nice to have people here. Oh, so you're also stalking me. Okay, that's good to know. But I won't keep you any longer. You're going off to play CSGO, right? All right. I will also need to take a slight few minute break, so I'll be right back. I did say a few minutes. That's maybe a bit of an overstatement that it would be a few minutes. Like a couple seconds. There we go. This winter is taking forever. So we still haven't, yeah, we still haven't even trained this Rumbo completely. Is that because we don't have that many people assigned to training? Should probably set some more people assigned to both training and handling just to improve their animal skill. Just because that's a good skill to have. And the more people we have handling animals, the better. Because that means we won't really need anyone dedicated to doing it. We'll get it done more consistently, and people can still do all the other things that we need them to do. So it's a beautiful workshop. Wait, why isn't this considered a kitchen? I thought kitchen was an actual room type. Or is that like a mod that adds that in? Okay, so we slowly have this huge ass workshop area opened up for us, which means that we can finally start moving all these things over, just so that they don't need to spend as much time gathering resources and, you know, processing goods too. We can be a bit more creative with this than I normally am because we have so much space in here. It's honestly just probably going to be way more than we're ever going to need. But it's not a big issue. I'm trying to remember what we can store all this rotted mush in because it's starting to fill up our stockpile. I think if we do a skip, then we can store them. So these are, okay, world tribute collectors. Not really, like I really utilize the tribute collectors at all. How are we doing on the clothes? Okay. Been making toques and parkas and stuff, but most importantly people are finally starting to have helmets. This is not one though. 52% sharp resistance, which is basically bullet resistance. At least in the vanilla game for the most part. I don't remember if charge-based weapons are considered heat damage types. I know that for the Rimworld weapons, there's one of the weapon types that are all about heat weaponry. It's for the Federation. Which is kind of like a less than lethal weapon type. That's sort of what they're designed for. They're designed for incapacitating people, to my knowledge. And they're pretty good at it too. So, wasn't there drone speech? Let's try that because I haven't tried it before. Maybe I shouldn't do that while everyone is freaking asleep. That was a bit of a brute way kind of thing to do. Don't really want Labrador retrievers. Psychic Harmony. Oh yeah, it's the other Ammo Pekka. God damn it. Look at all these mood buffs though. That's pretty good. Uninspiring speech, unoriginal, droning, and lacking any sense of passion. Oop. Shit. Okay, well. At least we tried. And his social abilities. Yeah, I mean, he's not having the highest social stats, so it's not too surprising. How are we doing on blocks though? So we've built up our supply of limestone, so you know, finishing the construction of this building shouldn't be an issue anymore. Or shouldn't at least be an issue, I should say. Okay. So how do we want to do this? So of course the stone cutting bench should also be relatively close to the entrance, I would say. Which is why I placed the electric smelter and the fabrication bench right next to the entrance. Oh, there's freaking water in here still. God damn it. Ibex stove self-tamed. No thanks. What are our affordances looking like? Okay, so it's just that one tile at least. And did I remember? Nope. Assign this as a cleaning area. That reminds me, we should probably set up this as well. Just so that it gets done. And then remove it as grazing zone, because now that's indoors. What about Nah, that's good. Okay, so have the drug lab, which I would prioritize a little bit lower than the others, just because the materials required for this one are a little bit more specific. So we could make it over here with like its own storage area isk thing. So maybe build it here and then make like a small cooled off storage area for the plant matter required. Maybe that might be a good idea. That would also mean that we could technically make another separate storage over here for chem fuel, just so that we don't have a repeated mistake from the past. Because if it went off in here, even if it's stone walls, the fire would just spread all over the place. Oh, we got a compacted steel meteorite. Let's exploit that immediately. Shaman merchant. Okay. Let's do an electric smithy here. Because they'll need easy access to the storage room as well. I mean, technically that goes for all the things, but in theory we could move like some of the cloth hampers in here so that they are a bit closer to the tailoring bench, for instance. Also to split up our resource stockpiles a little bit better, just so they're not all located in the same room. Because if something goes wrong in here, we lose everything, which obviously is a huge gamble. I would say we can move the art bench on the opposite side here, just because it's not as important as everything else that it gets created at the fastest speed that we possibly could. And then let's just put the tailoring bench next to it. And then there's the interesting case of the manager's desk, which preferably we would place in like a more centralized position. But where? I mean, we could technically make one of the rooms here like a manager's desk room, just so that it's separated. Not really because we need to, but just because we can. We also have these composting barrels. I think we should maybe just keep those in here, because they're not... Well, actually they don't have negative beauty. Never mind. Say this sentence real quick. Pete's job was to keep the baby happy. Why? What? Their brother wouldn't bathe because he thought a bath would make his toothache worse. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Clever, clever. I mean, realistically, it should be working too, right? It's just whether it's sufficient or not. But do you still call it a pop filter though when it's on the microphone like this? I suppose it is, because it's the pop filter is the function that it carries out. Yeah, I guess. Perfect planning prevents pathetic performance. Ooh, yeah, we've got some more plasma grenades. Hmm. Yeah, it's much more dull now, not ear popping. I think it also makes a difference, say, then, you know, if I have the microphone all the way up here, it's very different than when it's down here. Because, you know, now I'm talking over the mic, which it picks up, instead of directly in towards the thing, right? So what was it? Pete's job was to keep the baby happy. Their brother wouldn't bathe because he thought a bath would make his toothache worse. Perfect planning prevents pathetic performance. Peter Parker. Peter Parker, Peter Parker. Pippity poppity pop. Papoom. Skippity pop poom. Works really great. Okay. I mean, I much prefer it if it's further down like this, just because it's way less distracting for me, and I can see, you know, what's in front of me on my desk much better. But it's always good to know that you still have the option of moving it around without worsening the quality for you guys. So that's good. Now you have it above your screens. Yeah, if I were to have that, that would probably be a problem with the speakers. At least if it's to the sides. I mean, the boom arm might be able to reach up, and I could adjust the microphone so it, you know, goes downwards instead, and then have it above the PC. But then you get the room sound of this living room, which obviously isn't good. So doing that would definitely be detrimental to the audio quality, which is why I didn't want to do something like that. So if this is good for people, and I mean, I've been watching my own streams back to check up on the qualities too, and personally I've also seen it also seems to me to be pretty good. But of course it's not, you know, I'm not the one who has to hear it in the end, so it's very important to me that I hear other people's opinions and preferences nonetheless. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's above the screens to the side because you're a madman who has 3 monitors. Yes, okay. I see. Or, oh man. Just, oh man. Freaking programmers and I mean, that was all you. So do you have like a sideways monitor on your left side? Is that what it is? Okay, where to put this freaking management desk? Oh, I know. We could probably get away with it, putting it into the laboratory. Seems like an okay place to put it. I'm surprised not to see a monitor that's turned on its side if you're making code. But that's just people's preferences, right? We almost have pulse charged munitions. Then we can spend almost as much time researching the next tech. You don't like it? Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a thing you need to get used to. I know Carsten has had that as part of his setup for, well, since he started doing his software engineering education. And it seems pretty common. Like I've been, working as an intern, and what I noticed, their programmers there, they also tended to have a monitor that was on the side for the same reason. But then again, that was a professional workspace, a little bit different than 4x3. Yeah, I don't think can't remember if Carsten's monitors were 4x3 too, but I think they might have been, because Henrik's mom, since she works as a teacher, at some point they were getting rid of all these old monitors, old Samsung monitors, which were flat screen monitors, but they were 4x3, I'm pretty sure. But they were 3 monitors that you could just hook up to your computer and turn sideways. Was quite appropriate for code. So that's at least what we started using them for. Why are you idling, Korish? You are the only person doing artwork on the art bench. It's the only thing you have going for you. Oh, maybe it's because they were moving his workstation. That would make sense. This is still counted as a laboratory. And it's 0.6 cleanliness, which gives us a small slight bonus to the research, which is 10%, I suppose. And now, finally, this should be counted as a barn, and it does. It's an ugly barn. Extremely spacious, but ugly barn. Wait, did it just... Did it just remove the entire stockpile? Oops. We need to get some lighting in here. I guess it's, yep, heaters. 3 out of your 4 screens were free? Wow. Really? I mean, they don't look like bad monitors, but then again, it's such a dark image, of course. I can't even see, like, I can't see the stands that they're standing on. But free has always been good. Okay, what do we do about these things, though? Let's make a stockpile for them in here, but let's... Wait. Oh, shit. The mechanoid parts as well I need to think about. Well, let's do like this. And then plant scraps. Make it a preferred. Copy. And let's do another one over here. Same settings. And another one over here with the same settings. I imagine that should be more than enough space. I say that though. I guess technically we could just be making these storage things instead for the plant scraps. That might actually be a preferred approach. People wanted to get rid of them, so you collected. Well, their loss, I suppose. Let's put a heater here. And another one. Let's just put it there. And let's get a little storage room for the plant pieces for everything medical related. Then we can do storage areas for the cloth. How do we want to do this though? Maybe like this. 1, 2, 1, 2. Like so. Put the doors in. And then I guess we could use this down here as like a battery storage thing if we needed to. Because I would like to have those. Like right now we have a bunch in this brick room here, but yeah, they give like negative beauty, so it's actually lowering the quality of the room. 120 hertz. Wow. Yeah, it's like, you know, when it's this dark, you don't really notice that the screens are all different. Well, maybe apart from the color. Unless that's intentional. I assume it's not. Because the middle one is way more yellow than the other ones. Ah, okay. I mean, I can definitely see color differences between my two monitors here, even though they're both Samsung monitors. Not the same exact one, but and I've tried everything that you can possibly think of to try and equalize the colors between the two, both on the monitor's own settings, but also with the NVIDIA adjustments that you can make, and it's just impossible to get those colors to match up 100%. I mean, the color difference on that image is pretty, pretty extreme. So I'm surprised if you wouldn't be able to see it IRL. I know, of course, colors on images that you take are drastically different than real life ones, but still. Hmm. Yeah, I notice the color difference a lot if I'm working on like artwork in the middle of my screen, for instance, or if I'm using reference material on like my second monitor. It's a bit of a problem if the reference material, like especially if color is important, of course, then it quickly becomes an issue if the colors aren't shown correctly. And also just like annoys me if I'm playing like a window application on one monitor and then I move it over and then the colors are radically different. Like even just having Discord be radically, like it used to be much more much brighter on the second monitor, which wasn't good for my eyes. It was putting a lot of eye strain on me whenever the monitor was open, or on, so that I had to basically frequently turn the monitor off in order to not get headaches from it. It's way better now though, like after I've been able to fiddle with it, I finally managed to get the color saturation and brightness and everything to a point where I can have Discord open even, all the time and not have any eye strain. Reference color green puts it in color red. I mean, you would be surprised. When was it? It was Henrik's girlfriend Julie. I was talking with her about some Black Desert Online stuff, because I'd played that alongside her years ago, and she wanted to show off some of the new customization skins that you could get, or armor pieces or whatever. And she sent me an image of her current armor that she wanted to show off, and I commented, that's an interesting color choice with the blue, I think I said it was. Then she writes me back, blue? It's not blue, it's, what was it, pink or magenta or something like that. Purplish. But like, on my screen, it absolutely was a different color than the one she was showing, to the point where I had to go into Photoshop, eyedrop it, and it was like 160 something blue, and there was a little bit of red in there and green, like maybe like 20 or 30 red and then a little bit of green. But absolutely wasn't purple or pink. But the thing is, on her end, it looked like that. Can't display light gray, so whole page can turn white because of that. Wow, that's terrible. How do you even work with something like that? Yeah. It's like the colors just... It's like... I assume that's what it feels like being colorblind. Like, truly colorblind. Debugging quite hard. Speaking of color though, I had an interesting experience the other day. So on my browser I use this plugin called Dark Reader, which what do you call it? Dynamically changes the colors of web pages to a darker like variant. So for instance, white becomes black basically. And some sites it works really well with, other sites it just absolutely doesn't work with. And I was looking at like job applications, and you know, this one page where they were had their job listing. And when I first came into it, I was like, whoa, why does this look so messed up? So I wish I could actually share that with chat, because it was so fucking ridiculous. If I remember correctly, I sent it to Peter, so there's a chance it might still be here. Or did I maybe put it in my Discord chat? Might be in there. But it was basically a box with text in it that was talking about their company, and it was borderline impossible to read because there was all this text in the background. I'm still trying to see if I can't find it, because it's like, it was really weird. And what it turned out to be was that they had what they basically done is that you had this text box with all the text, and then for some reason in the background it said something like, because it was like a recruitment site or something, recruiting site, it had the name of that recruiting site or whatever running in the background in the same color as the box itself. And the only other way that you would notice this is if you had selected the text. What's going on here? Okay. So basically, I saw it immediately because I had dark mode on, because the text in the background became a completely different color than the box itself. But if you viewed the site normally, you just couldn't see this text, like at all. It wasn't subtly there, it was the exact same color from what I could tell. And I was just thinking, is this like some kind of subliminal message attempt here? I don't know. It was like so fucking weird. You had a dropout who was colorblind, could only see brown and yellow. Yikes. Only brown and yellow. Dude. Imagine like having to write code with that kind of, like any kind of color blindness is gonna put you at a disadvantage when writing code. Why is everyone ravenously... Oh yeah, I know why Mike is. It's because all the food is here and he takes forever to get to places. Actually, let's try something completely different here. Let's reassign Mike to this bedroom. Maybe not both. That's not what I want. Just to move him closer to the food places. Oh, that's gonna be funky. I mean, I guess it wouldn't necessarily... I don't know if it feels special to him because, you know, he's probably gotten used to it, I assume. But imagine if you're looking at code, like you can't make use of the, you know, modern IDE's capability of color coding everything. Like you just can't. I guess you would have to make it different shades of brown or something. He got mind blown when you talked about it. That's pretty funny. As sad as, you know, being colorblind is. Do I want to click in on that? What's this, Kevin? Exotic goods trader. Some more parts, please. Learning assistant. Let's get a bionic stomach. Might as well. Try to zoom out. Well, I mean, it definitely doesn't scale with, you know... Damn. Is that what you mean? What's with that... Fucking... Why? Just why? I mean, if it's zoomed all the way in, you know, I even have scroll bars. That's fucking... what a hack job. Real 2005 website. 4.3, 4x3 and everything, yeah. And it's like hard-coded, not dynamically to your screen width or anything. Oh shit, let's get these drills moved over. I mean, wouldn't that also more be a web designer's job when it comes to the actual layout of everything? I guess that would still count as a programmer, but... it annoys me that I can't find that... that image that I shared with Peter. Wonder where I posted that. Surely it wasn't this long ago. I mean, time goes by fast, but holy shit. When was this even? Yeah, this was like sometime last month. No. Jump to present. Oh shit, I found it. Actually what happens... No, I probably can't do that. I'll just send it to you in private. But like, dude, check out this shit. Yeah, I know you guys do design as well. It's just not every programmer's cup of tea. Like, Carsten fucking hates it, doing design work. But I mean, that's probably why it's called software engineer, is what he was thinking. You're only supposed to do software, not design it. Or something. I don't know. He'd have to answer for himself. But take a look at that. It's pretty interesting, isn't it? What happens if I do like this? No. Can't do that. What happens if you post in a link like this? I'm just gonna try this as an attempt. Someone else in chat can tell me if that actually works. It works. Good. So yeah, that's the that's with dark mode on, and this one is with dark mode disabled. Like, why all that text in the background? What even is this? So fucking weird. Maybe someone was just having a blast making that that page or something. Let's put some marble flooring in here though. I'll probably make do with a single cooler. We'll need some more power cables though. Yeah, let's just encircle it. I know we don't have the steel for it, but you know, we'll get it eventually. Royals needing help. Oh shit, we would need to keep the mood of the Imperials above 40% for 7 days. Okay, 3 court allies and a knight. Alright, talk to you later, Kevin. Yeah, I mean, the stream is also unfortunately coming to a close very rapidly. But we've made some really good progress today. Research is taking a slower turn, but like getting all of the crafting stations moved over is really nice. Getting all these power cells in here just for extra power was nice. What else have we managed today? We got a bunch of steel, so a lot of the hospital beds have been built now, so we have increased capacity. Even got like almost all the facilities here completely working. We made some improvements to our farming setups with all this farming hysteresis stuff. So all in all, we made a pretty sizable difference now. So maybe that means that the next session we'll finally be able to move into spacer tech technology. Because behind the scenes, you know, our colonists have also been working towards getting better equipment, so a lot more colonists are wearing helmets now, so that should help out in future combat situations. So yeah. Question is how many more sessions we'll do before we can get into space and finish off this colony. Finish off, like, obviously in a positive sense, getting many people saved as possible. Because we still have some defenses needing to be built. Like just these shredders, we still have a couple that needs to be built. But it's maybe a little bit preemptive to talk about it now, but at least I would like to mention this, that when we finally do the launch of the colony, like into space, what I want to do is the very last thing is have like the remainder of that session maybe be like increased silver rates or something. Let me know if that's something that would have your interest. An infestation. Okay. I don't want to deal with the infestation right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to save. And then that'll be the very first thing I'll have to deal with when we start streaming next week. Or next time, whenever that is. Most likely next week. So, at any rate, thanks for dropping by to everyone who's been part of this stream today. It's, like I've said it before, I really appreciate it. When you drop by and hang out, it makes me more motivated to stream more and also work on improving the quality of the stream in general. And of course, always welcome to hear your opinions on anything. If there's anything you would like me to improve or work on or see more of, or something completely else, just hit me up either for the channel or send me a DM or whatever it may be. I would most likely appreciate it. Don't be shy. But thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time.